And that completes Hartshorn's over. And solidly in behind that, actually, Alfie Ogborn. But both the Kent batsmen at the wicket, yet to score. And it looks as though we're going to see Tom Taylor from the New Road End. Tom 3 wickets to his name in the innings already. 2 late scalps as well. Really important as Worcestershire look to wrestle initiative back in this game. 3 slips in as Hakeem Jordan marks out his guard. In comes Tom Taylor then. Jordan waits, he pushes that into the covers. Sizable step forward. Solid looking defensive shot. D'Oliveira going to work on the ball. And he's bowled very well in this match, actually, Tom Taylor, without much reward, so we feel better about getting a couple last night. He's in again. Oh, that's just past the outside edge. Looked like there was a little bit of shape away. But encouragement here, slightly overcast. And I went for shorts this morning. I insisted on it. It is August after all, but actually there's quite a breeze as well. But if you are in range, it is free to get in today. So if you are in Worcester or thereabouts, come down and get some free cricket. In comes Taylor again. And he just shoulders arms there. Jordan, he just lets that go through. Safely into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. So the lead remains 77. These two likely will look to try and bat time if they can. In comes Taylor again then, running away from us. And a good solid defensive again, they're out into the covers. Kashif does the fielding. It's a tricky position for these young cricketers to be in. Do they want to play naturally and try and score runs? They try and drag it out as best they can. In comes Taylor again then. And that's a sumptuous cover drive. Well, there's your answer. Crunched that through the covers, got to the pitch of the ball. Is a bit full there from Taylor. But with dispatched with real confidence, you have to say, it's a lovely shot. Just a little shimmy to the pitch of the ball. That's a really confident stroke. Taylor then with the last ball of the 93rd over of this innings. And he comes, and on the back foot this time just prods that into the offside. There's no run taken. But Jordan off the mark. The lead up to 81. And will we see Hartshorn continue from the Diglis end? We will. In comes Hartshorn. 3 wickets, 3 slips, in place. And Bourne just lets that through. No shot offered. Hartshorn then, right arm medium fast, he's bowling over the wicket and push back down the ground, defensive stroke, so there'll be no run taken, but firmly out the middle of the bat. And Worcestershire will be looking to wrap this up as soon as possible, really. There's an element of walking wounded to the bowling attack, has been for some time, and if they can finish it off early and give themselves a chance to rest up. Plenty more cricket to be played this season. In comes Hartshorn again. That's clipped off his legs there. Down to fine leg, and that's going to find its way to the boundary. 2 full and 2 straight. Picked off nicely by Ogborn. So no third man, no fine leg. There's a deep backward square out there. So anything that's a little bit off will be punished. In comes Hartshorn again then. It's better this time, on a length. And Ogborn, he respects that. Drops it into the offside. And I'm pleased to say, Matt Cole is making his way into the commentary box, just doing a news update for Radio Kent. With all his worldly possessions, yeah. It's in comes Hartshorn again then. And again, it's on a length, and it's just prodded back into the offside. Kashif runs in from cover, completes the fielding, and there is no run. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, indeed. Just talking to BBC Radio Kent's listeners, of course, about Tawanda Miye's fabulous double century yesterday, but still, Worcestershire very heavy favourites to win here, of course. This last pair just trying to eke what runs they can out to give their bowlers something to bowl at, and they're both bowlers as well, aren't they? So it's to their advantage to try and do that, but Alfie Ogborn more or less untried in first-class cricket on loan from Somerset, and Akeem Jordan, who actually batted really well in the first innings for 20 not out, and got himself a 5-foot as well on debut, which isn't a bad record, I suppose.
In comes Hartshorn again then. Ogborn just clips it through mid-wicket. There is a man out in the deep, so they'll just take a single. Well, it's Jordan to get off the mark. It was a nice little shimmy and a lovely cover drive, wasn't it? It was real confident, real swagger to that shot. So he's obviously no mug with the bat.
Yeah, he looks good. He's played just the one-day international for West Indies. Played some A cricket as well. He was here as in England, was here playing club cricket anyway, but was here as an injury reserve as well for the West Indies test team over the summer. So it was a great experience. Didn't get to play, but as you say, he's obviously well-organised batter as well as a fast medium bowler. But this pitch has substantially flattened out over the 4 days. In fact, the first couple, it was a little bit of spite coming out of just back of a length for the bowlers.
In comes Tom Taylor then. Edged and gone. He's a huge appeal. It looked like the batsman was walking, but he's actually stayed put. It's not out. I've given him, but he isn't out. It's an odd one. He just moved towards square leg.
Let's get the replay up, actually.
Just inside it. Played just inside it. Huge celebration behind the wicket. The batsman started walking, and I thought he was giving himself out, but...
No, he's walked away. I've seen on the Alfie board, just on the replay there, just sort of brushing the outside of the right leg, perhaps miming that it's not hitting anything. It was a great delivery. I mean, it's more or less gone over the top of middle and off, isn't it? But, yeah, umpire says it's hit nothing.
Taylor in again. And that's just past the outside edge as well.
So I'm just moving around behind you, Jim. It's nothing personal, but a pillar's right in the way of the the pitch here. So I'm going to adjust my position.
I will move across.
Thank you.
There we go. We have various obstructions.
It is a difficult sight lines here. Fantastic place to commentate from, but yeah. Are you okay now? Have I moved you into a position where you can't see?
No, I am okay. It depends on which pitch they use as well, so it can be a little perilous, but that's okay.
Excuse me.
Tom Taylor in from the New Road end, and that's pushed down the ground. Fielded by Finch for no run.
So yeah, first couple of days here, there was a spot, certainly bowling from the far end, the Diglis end, just back of a length. Balls were tending to fly a little bit, climb. Of course, Gareth Roderick and Rob Jones, a great deal of problem on the first evening. They did brilliantly actually just to hold out at that time and help lay the platform for Worcestershire's 447. Batted really, really well. Kent coped with it less well, but it's certainly flattened out a bit. No disrespect to Mieye and his feats, but
Taylor then into Ogbourne, and he leaves that one a little shape in, and it was a little closer for comfort than Ogbourne would have liked. Well, it was actually Adam Hose as well. I thought batted really well. Really did the
yes,
hard yards.
Yeah.
It was just that little bit of variable bounce. You see batsmen getting wrapped on the gloves. So they worked hard and gave D'Oliveira the right and Brooks the right to be a little bit more expansive later on.
I think D'Oliveira changed the game really. There was a lot of scratching around before that, but he took the ball by the horns, really attacking. Perhaps it was slightly easier at that point, but he came in from the off and hit the ball so cleanly after a long injury layoff as well.
In comes Taylor again then to Ogbourne. That's on the back foot, just prodded back down the wicket for no run.
But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, the intent...
Hose and Jones and Roderick setting up the platform to play.
Yes, absolutely. And it's what was striking about D'Oliveira and his intent and his desire to be aggressive is that he was playing shots 4 or 5 minutes before the lunch interval, playing the ball, I suppose it's sort of his natural game really. In comes Taylor then. 3 slips weight, and that's past the outside edge as well. Thuds into Roderick's gloves. That's been a probing over from Taylor.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that ball passing the outside edge, that's for sure. It's been lively at times, but actually it's been a good competitive contest, this one. I'm not sure you would necessarily say that Kent had the worst of it on the first day. It was certainly, if you could describe an English cricket morning where, as a captain, you're absolutely going to bowl when the toss comes down the right side.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
It was gloomy.
It was a good toss to win, wasn't it?
As Frank was saying here, no disrespect at all to the ground staff, but services can be a little bit unpredictable here. They're preparing as well as they can after all the travails of the winter and the flooding. But I think this has worked out pretty well for the game. It's been exciting all the way through. We've seen batters clinging on to survival for a first couple of days and then expanding a little bit after that. As the Hartshorn bowls now to Hakeem Jordan, forward defensive, back at Hartshorn. He was talking about being in touch with Daniel Bell Drummond over the summer. Hakeem Jordan was playing in the Midland League, I think in the Birmingham League. That's where he's come from basically this summer. He'd gone to Kent for a couple of sort of taster days, I think, and met the squad previously in the summer as Hartshorn bowls, and he comes down the pitch and drives it. Doesn't get much of it though up towards Leach at mid-on. He said he sort of shrugged with a smile and said, didn't really expect anything to come of it. And then the call came this week, or last week, and at short notice he was drafted in. He's contracted to play 4 of the last 5 for Kent. So,
well, it looks to be a good pickup. Bowling was, a little bit inconsistent at times, but wicket-taking deliveries, but with some aggression.
Yeah, he's not express pace, but as you say, I think he's settled into it pretty well over the piece. So this one's dropped into the offside and a single taken. And batting, as I said, his technique looks good, Hakeem Jordan, but there aren't the demons in the pitch. Certainly there were for the first couple of days. And Alfie Ogbourne, I've seen him once before this game play for Somerset against Kent in the One Day Cup. He's very young in his career. Just one first-class game before this one. Left-arm seamer. We'll presumably see him again before the end of the day. I can't imagine Kent are going to bat it out with this pair, but stranger things have happened, not many. 3, 6, 3 for 8 they are at the moment. Trying to build what lead they can. Hartshorn trying to staunch the runs. Take the wicket straight back at the bowler. And there is no run. Cloudy overhead. The forecast suggested that we might get a bit of drizzle today. Worcestershire won't be keen on that. They want to get this one wrapped up as soon as possible. but what would, in the context of the season, be a very important win as well. Kent rock bottom at the moment.
Well, they'd need
But
something.
Worcestershire
They'd need
above
something
them.
extraordinary, wouldn't they, Kent,
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
survive this?
Yeah.
And you feel like they had to win this one to try and claw back that deficit.
Yeah, Worcestershire can claw back the teams above them, particularly some balls down the leg side. If you look at the circumstantially, Durham's game against Nottinghamshire, I suppose, and Lancashire at Surrey, there's two teams that Worcestershire can target with a win here. Kent tailed off already by 30 points, and I mean, they've escaped the last couple of seasons with a late rally, but out of the last 5 games, you probably need to win 3, which is, having just won one the rest of the season, is a tall order. And you're absolutely right, Jim. This one surely would have been I wouldn't say the easiest target. That sounds disrespectful, but when the bottom two play each other, you need to take
and
the you can.
it's been quite well documented, the challenges Worcestershire have faced this season, having to basically loan in an entire bowling attack for the one-day cup. And were it not for Joe Leach, I think, deciding to hang up the bowling boots, he's an absolute determination to get on the park. Same with Adam Finch as well, who's waiting to have an operation, but he's putting it off. And Tom Taylor was carrying a niggle throughout the one-day cup as well. So, but it's been tricky for Kent as well, hasn't it, in that regard?
But 2 bowlers before the season started injured and have not played any part. And
in comes Taylor to Jordan, and dropped into the leg side. They'll take a single.
yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute tale of woe. Hence, they've loaned in 2 bowlers for this very game. So no Nathan Gilchrist in this game. Every one of Kent's bowlers has suffered an injury spell as well. Michael Cohen signed from Derbyshire, the left arm quick, before the season started. Stress fracture diagnosed before the season got underway. Matt Quinn as a stalwart wicket taker for Kent over the last few years after his move from Essex, has not bowled a ball this summer either. Wes Agar, the Australian, fell on his shoulder early season, didn't play any part in that.
Taylor to Ogborn then.
In
To mid-on.
the T20 as well, which was a huge blow for them. So yeah, I mean, the same as Worcestershire. Joe Denley's out at the moment with a knee injury that's kept him out for some weeks now. Yeah, I felt like we were playing injury top trumps with Frank Watson over the first couple of days. Like, well, we've lost it. Well, we've lost a player. But yeah, it's the bottom line is obviously for sides with the resources of Kent and Worcestershire in the top division, you just can't afford to have 5, 6, 7 injuries at a time.
Taylor in from New Road End, and it's just pushed into the offside. And Libby round from Gully takes the ball also in good time, so no runs taken. You're right. I mean, look at Surrey top of the pile, and
they've got 3 11s that could probably play in the top division quite comfortably. You'd think.
You think about, they've had to give Dan Lawrence up to the Test side, but in comes Sam Curran. We'll just struggle on through. It's an embarrassment of riches, isn't it? Taylor continues his work into Ogborn on the front foot and just pushes that into the offside. Watchful from the young man.
So it's been tough, but bowling was always going to be key for Kent. I think since, to cut a long story short, since Matt Milnes left for Yorkshire, they struggled to find a consistent wicket-taking seam bowling attack, I suppose. And, so the fact it's been ravaged by injuries as well this summer has made it very difficult for them. Only taken 20 wickets once in the championship so far.
In comes Taylor again then, and it's left well alone. Rather extravagant lead there from Ogborn. It doesn't strike me as a shy individual, Matt.
No. I think the last over he held a pose afterwards, didn't he, from a ball from Taylor. It's a no ball as well, umpire signalling. So coupled to the total. So they're 90 ahead now, Kent. Again, they're eking out runs here, but the nature of the pitch, you'd think Worcestershire, 90, 100, 150 will probably go pretty quickly, I'd imagine, on this, unless Kent do something extraordinary with the ball.
In comes Taylor again then, and again left well alone, well wide of off stump.
forgot to mention Bayer Swanepoel as well, and supporters perhaps of Worcestershire and Kent wondering why he's not playing. So I'd say unfortunately, fortunately for him, he's caught the eye of the South African selectors. So he's playing. He's in a picked for a series for South Africa A, so he can't play any part for the last part of the summer either. Such are the difficulties, aren't there, for counties trying to have players for long periods of time over our summer.
Taylor into Ogborn again then, and it's more of the same. Wide of off stump, left well alone. Another extravagant leave, like a Greek statue almost, wasn't it?
Yeah, like that. Indeed so. If you're down,
Well,
near the watercolours, you'd be fine, wouldn't you? Just watch out for your Ogborn. Get him to pose for you for 5 minutes after a delivery.
Wind just starting to pick up here. We're expecting plenty of blustery wind, which we've seen across the country actually over the past few days. We've had a bit of everything really at New Road over the past 4 days. You can see the trees in the background there being bunted and buffered around by the wind.
Joe Leach.
Forecast, and here comes the Bison, Joe Leach. 6 for 52 in the first innings, and
yeah, after one of the worst spells I've ever seen him bowl.
that's what he said, wasn't it? One of the worst spells I've ever bowled of bowling, and came back and basically destroyed Kent, top and bottom of the innings. Ooh, and Jordan's tried to take liberties there. He's walked down the pitch to him, offered the bat to the ball. Looks like it seemed away from him, certainly, and gone through to wicketkeeper Roderick. Is that Ethan Brooks at one? Certainly there was some consternation in the slips that King Jordan had not managed to get back to ball there, but
yeah, it was quite a turnaround. Both he and Adam Finch actually, I mean, they just looked rusty, didn't they? But there was a kind of concern that this might be a long old game for Worcestershire after the first hour, but how it changed.
Indeed so, and Jordan goes forward, this time confidently, and just rolls the wrists over it and clips it away to deep square leg. There's 2 slips in at the moment. Alongside Gareth Roderick, there's Jake Libby at backward point. Kashi Valley is at cover, mid-off and mid-on. That's Brett D'Oliveira there. Is that Tom Taylor at mid-on? A third slip has been added. I'd imagine that's Adam Hose. He's got his cable knit jumper on, but mid-wicket and deep backward square. So yeah, 3 slips in now. So Ogborn takes strike to Joe Leach. Leach bowling now, wraps him on the pad. Doesn't look a bad shout. It's certainly beaten the batter. We're not at an angle to we're behind the batter, and we're at a deep third, as it were. So if we've not explained that before, not the perfect situation to try and adjudge that. Maybe sneaking down. It's certainly moved off the pitch. Joe Leach, there we are, talking about sculptures. Thinker's pose from him there.
Yes, yeah.
Towards umpire Pollard. Do you not think, umpire? Consider this. From the Diglis end, once again, barrelling in, bowls to Ogborn. Crikey.
Kept low, didn't it?
It did keep low. He's tried to cut that one away.
About 4 inches off the deck.
Yeah, again, it looked like a good shot. Bat absolutely nowhere near ball, unfortunately. It kept low, just outside the off stump. That was a tricky one, but yeah, there still is that variable bounce. Not quite as pronounced as it has been, but Worcestershire attacking here. Must be so difficult to do. Competitive professional cricketers, but they have to stay patient here and just trust. What would the coach say? Trust the process. Execute your skills. Other empty phrases, but
Yeah.
just be patient if they can. Here's Leach bowling to Ogborn. Playing a miss again, or maybe he's just tucked the bat behind the front pad, but he's playing down a different line to the ball.
Yes, there's a certain sort of parlance these days, isn't there? It's the you can execute the basics first and foremost.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the pep talk we had between the two of us, wasn't it, Jim? Before we started today, let's just execute the skills if we can, the basics. Try and remember to give the score every now and then.
And a reunion with former colleagues.
Indeed,
right.
yes, yeah. From the heady days in the Tunbridge Wells newsroom.
Yes.
As Leach bowls to Ogborn. I wonder if that hit him on the back pad as he came forward there. Ogborn's looking at.
Oh, he liked it as well,
toes.
Leach, didn't he?
Yeah,
He was running off. He was on the bare edge of a Stuart Broad then, and then thought he'd give the umpire more respect and turn around.
If he was going to looking at the replay here. Ooh, that's
a good shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is he just about outside the line? Oh, it's tight.
I would say that was tight indeed. Ogborn's looking back at the wicket-keeper. I don't know if just a little bit of chat between him and the slips. He looks a demonstrative cricketer, certainly, Alfie Ogborn. Probably he's up for a chat. But yeah, that looked close, certainly. They're honing in, it feels like, Worcestershire at the moment. Jordan has 7, Ogborn 5. Kent have a lead of 91 now.
In comes Taylor from the New Road end, and he's hit the middle of the pitch there. Evasive action from Jordan. Slightly inelegant while doing it. The bat was a bit, he's periscoping a little bit there, wasn't he? But yeah, Tunbridge Wells is a beautiful place. And I'm a former Radio Kent. Exemplary. I mean, it's it looks like there's a very reasonable chance of back-to-back county championship victories for Worcestershire, but they're so far apart because of the way that the summer's structured. But he bowled beautifully against Durham. We'd never beaten Durham at their place before, and he and Ben Allison, who was on loan from Essex, were fabulous with the new ball.
And they're nearly there now, Worcestershire, you'd think, barring accidents. Kent 91 ahead on 367 for 9, and George Garrett comes in. She showed stubborn resistance earlier in the season, albeit that I think on a pretty flat one at Canterbury against Surrey. Got himself 48 in the first innings, albeit that in a defeat as well. But so again, he's got the organisation, he's got an amount of batting skills, but Ken absolutely up against it, and Worcestershire, hopefully for them.
So Garrett on strike, left-handed, in comes Taylor. Ooh. Oh, it's just squirted off the outside edge there, down towards third man. That should have enough to get to the fence, and it does. So he's off the mark with a 4, but less than convincing from Garrett.
Yeah, I've hit a few of those.
Yeah, that's one of those where you hear your teammates in the club match going, guided.
Yeah, absolutely right. I would always try and convince people of that. I almost never middled the ball, so that would be that. You have to talk a good game if you can't play one. 371 for 9, but yeah, along the ground, that's the the good thing from a Kent point of view. Cloudy here. I don't say this in any way to make the Worcestershire nerves jangle, but there, as I said, there is a little bit of perhaps light rain possible in the forecast, but
it wouldn't be Worcestershire without unnecessary drama, Matt. In comes Taylor again to Garrett, and it's a little bit too straight that time. It's just pushed into the leg side.
I would say,
fielded by Doliveras. There's no run.
I would say from Worcestershire point of view, if you get it over quickly, then I don't have to worry about it. So that's they needed an extra impetus this morning. Yeah.
So the slip corn's been strengthened. 4 now in play. Taylor on his way in again. Over the wicket to the left-hander. And it's just dropped short. I think that's Libby, isn't it? Who's coming from backward point to 4 slip. But it completes a successful over for Tom Taylor. Removing Jordan by removing his off stump. So 371 for 9 is the score.
Yeah, 2 proper edges from Garrett in that over. As you say, Jim, that not reaching the fielders on either occasion, but bodes well for Worcestershire. Wind getting up here, clouds blowing across the ground quickly.
Yeah, there used to be a time, wasn't it, like chasing 120, 130 was really tough, but...
Leach to Ogborn, forward defensive, holds that pose, out towards Kashi Fanny, who fields at extra cover.
But you don't really see that anymore, do you? But I think the modern era is that, I say this with Garrett looking particularly nervous, is that everyone can bat these days, it feels, doesn't it? It's
absolutely.
Gone are the days when England would have Mullally, Giddins and such in at 9, 10 and 11.
It's very demanding, professional cricket these days. You pretty much have to do everything. You have to be able to field as well if you're a bowler. Outrageous stuff. Is Leach to Ogborn. The offside. Jimmy Anderson just set a bad example to everyone, I think. 371 for 9.
That's a hot take, isn't it? Jimmy Anderson being a bad example of anything. The only bad examples I can think of are a few very dubious haircuts from back in the day, but Ogborn actually batting outside his crease there, didn't he? A little step.
Yeah, he did indeed.
And so he looks like he looks like he's neat and tidy set up.
I like to take down your big beasts. There we go. Is Leach from the far end. I'll make no comparison. 371 for 9. Ogborn just dropping that into the offside. They think about a run, and neither of them were convinced at all there from the body language, were they? Shall we? Shall we? No. To be fair to Alfie Ogborn, he's been in the dressing room for a couple of days with George Garrett, but we haven't done very much practicing running between the wickets so far. 371 for 9. Ogborn has 5 from 30. Garrett has 4 from 3. Do feel like they are attempting to stave off the inevitable here, but the vagaries of not only of cricket but of British weather, you never quite know, do you? Here's Leach to Ogborn. He's got well forward at least there. Ball gets tangled up around the top of his pads. This falls to the ground, rubs his right thigh. Or actually, maybe that's hit him slightly more uncomfortably, a little bit higher.
Well, the lead's now 95.
Yeah. You think on a flat pitch, I would imagine that Worcestershire will probably go pretty hard at it, particularly with any chance of precipitation.
Well, Kent would have to set a field to take wickets as well,
yeah.
So I think it would be finished pretty swiftly.
Leach to Ogborn, short ball. He goes for a gentle hook away, nicely controlled actually, out towards the square leg boundary. Thrown back in. That will be a single for Alfie Ogborn, which brings Garrett bowls right, bats left. 372 for 9.
To go back to Maye yesterday.
Yeah.
Like the first thing is, I mean, it's all good batsmen should, but just how still his head is, and how neat and tidy it is at the crease. But the celebrations I thought were wonderful. Like the beaming spark. He seems like a really really good guy. Like a lovely energy about him.
I think.
What's he like as a character?
Just I could go on for hours. Here's Leach to Garrett. Wraps him on the pad. Ooh, may have got near the toe, actually. He's hopping away from that one. He is polite, humble. Talked about the celebration. He said the second one, the first one was a little bit. He said it was a little bit of banter. He actually took a bow in front of the Kent dressing room, but he said the second one just pure elation. It was the two words he used, pure elation. He said, and he'd had struggles all this season. He said, I've not been batting well. I found it really difficult. He said, 80 not out the previous night. He said he was talking to Gus Atkinson. Right. They know each other, and who give him a great pep talk. So he said, I hope he doesn't mind me saying. In
comes Taylor to Ogborn. It's a quicker ball, that. And Ogborn offered a bit of the bat and then thought better of it. Through to Roderick. Well, that's the sense that I got, really, although it was quite a big celebration, that it wasn't... there was no vanity to it at all. And I often tell how your teammates respond. And he was getting hugs. He's getting hugs from... they seemed delighted
joy,
for him.
That. Yeah, absolutely. And as he went off, a number of the Worcestershire players made a point of coming over and shaking him by the hand. And I think that shows, doesn't it, the way players are regarded on the circuit as well. He's he's a charming character to Anamiye and self-deprecating, humble and but yeah, joyful yesterday.
In comes Taylor again and prodded into the offside, fielded at cover by Kashif, and there's no run. Yeah, it looks a little bit like he just started to get a little bit weary in the middle of the day yesterday, and he almost gave it away. But yeah, I was really, really impressed. And it's someone who's talked about as a very young lad, I think, actually, as well. You know, when they talk about England prospects and all that sort of thing, there must be pressure with that too.
Yeah, he was Wisdom Schools Cricketer of the Year at Eastbourne College. So that the year after that, Kent basically had him on the staff.
Taylor then in again to Ogborn, and it's full ball. It's sort of scooped into the offside. Really, again, it's Cash that's doing the fielding in a very distinctive white sun hat, which is also quite optimistic given the current outlook, because the wind has picked up even more, and it is slate grey cloud to our left, white cloud to our right.
The other thing I'd say about Tuanda Mieye, which risk of boring listeners who were with us yesterday, he hits shots with which other players on the county circuit and some even internationally cannot play.
In comes Taylor again then to 3 slips. That's pushed into the covers, and D'Oliveira has to run round, so it means they've got time to take a single, which they do. And I'll bring the left-handed Garrett on strike. We saw Joe Leach go round the wicket to him the last ball of the last over. We'll see if Taylor follows suit, but we will have an extra catcher in place, so it's going to be 4 slips.
So he played some lovely orthodox shots in that 200, but also some that, as I said, shows, I suppose, his timing, his power as well. He plays this shot, which looks like it's going to be a pull, ends up going long on or long off, just sheer timing.
Taylor does go round the wicket, and this is played square of the wicket on the offside. Kashif, who's just gone into point, as Jake Libby has moved from backward point to 4th slip to join Adam Hose, Rob Jones, and Ethan Brooke as well, I think, Brooks is at 3rd. So there's plenty of space in the covers. If Garrett fancies it, big gap between Finch and Kashif. So from the new road then, Tom Taylor into the left-handed Garrett. It's a bit too straight this time. He just tucks that off his pads, and it's a chase on there, down at fine leg for Joe Leach, with talk about fast bowlers fielding these days. A pretty good work there, actually. Sliding to make the stop. Good throw in as well. And that's what you love as a fast bowler, is when you're just about to bowl from the other end, you get to leg it round the boundary. Get your whites dirty. So Joe Leach is going to come on to continue his spell from the Diglis end.
Yeah, 375 for 9, and the lead is at 103. The trees are being buffeted around by the breeze, particularly to our left, as we look across to the cathedral. But yes, hopefully, I think from a Tuanda Miye's point of view, he thinks psychologically it was really, really important, this innings for him, and the young cricketer of great promise. This one's clipped round his front pad by Ogborn. Will take a single. 3.7649. But Worcestershire here closing in on victory. It's the lead exactly 100 now, isn't it? Sorry. Yes, sorry.
Yes, I think,
lost
I think you gave them 4.
I don't know.
But that's okay.
So yeah, exactly 100. Yeah, being very one-eyed there. I'm just giving Kent extra runs for no reason whatsoever. It is cloudy overhead. I don't think the bowlers will mind that too much. Range of 4 slips behind George Garrett. Just blocks it back at the bowler, and there's no run. Fantastic photographs we see actually the 4 as they lined up from my angle, more or less in a the 4 slips in a line, look like they're standing next to each other.
Look like they're in a queue.
See, that's what I'm trying to say, Jim. There's the descriptive skills. That,
There's the hints of a post office vibe. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Waiting concentrated, hands on knees now as Leach comes into Garrett. Back in his crease.
And in unison they bent down, and in unison they got up. Yes. It's almost synchronised.
Yeah. So no run up to mid-on. Yes, you were talking about Tunbridge Wells, which is a town which has charms of its own. But I'll do this once again, Worcestershire listeners. I hope you won't get tired of me extolling the virtues of Worcester. But out for a walk, 8 o'clock this morning, bright sunshine down the river. It doesn't get much better. Beautiful city. Here comes Leach to Garrett, pushes forward, inside part of the bat, Cashy Valley Fields, and I'm not sure who's starting the cheerleading there, but perhaps the Worcestershire fielders, maybe it's come from Brett D'Oliveira, just thinking, let's get some noise going out there. We're closing in here. It's all gone a little bit quiet as Garrett's come in, perhaps 3.76 for 9, but they're not far off.
Well, I will say, Matt, is that the people of Worcester do not get tired of people saying nice things about the scenery and such. No, not at all. So it's a source of great pride. They take great pride in this ground as well.
As Leach bowls to Garrett is the edge that he has. He's gone. And that is the wicket that they crave. Joe Leach, of course it's him. He's only taken 1 wicket in this innings, but he's finished off the Kent resistance. 3.76 for 9. The Bison takes the edge through to wicketkeeper Roderick, who takes another catch, and that will be the end of the Kent innings. 3.76 all out, and they trail off now with Worcestershire needing exactly 101 for victory, which they will surely take here at New Road, Worcester. They've surely deserved it as well. The extravagant batting from Tawanda Mieye notwithstanding, they've absolutely bossed this match and honing in what could be a very, very important victory to add to their hopes of surviving in County Championship Division 1.
Yes, regulation nick, but a good tumbling catch, wasn't it? His 3rd grab of the innings, and Gareth Roderick actually has been an absolute stalwart for Worcestershire. Provided such value in all forms. 376 all out. It started seemingly a lifetime ago when Ben Compton managed essentially to run himself out, run out by Taylor. His opening partner Mieye, of course, that brilliant double century. Daniel Bell Drummond was bowled Finch for 5, and Hartshorn had leaning LBW for 27. Everson made 16, looked good before Finch disposed of him, caught at the wicket by Gareth Roderick. Finch was then LBW to Taylor for 31, and Grant Stewart batted really fluently, actually. He looked really dangerous when Mieye and Stewart were together. You got a sense that Worcestershire actually might have an awful lot of work to do to rescue a positive situation, but he was undone by Taylor as well, LBW late on. And Taylor also took care of Parkinson, who made 10, caught by Roderick. And then the 2 wickets to fall today, Hakeem Jordan, who looked pretty competent, I have to say. He played a couple of flashing drives, one through cover, which was absolutely gorgeous, but he was bowled by Tom Taylor for 7. And then the last man to go, youngster George Garrett, who never looked comfortable, if we're honest. He made 6, and he was Just missed by Joe Leach. Caught Roderick for 6. So the bowling figures: Joe Leach 22 overs, 22.5 overs, sorry, 1 for 74. Tom Taylor 4 for 99, 2 for 71 for Hartshorn, 2 for 71 for Finch. Brooks bowled 14 overs, 38 runs for no wickets either for D'Oliveira or Libby, who had a few overs late yesterday waiting for the new ball. But all in all, strong end to the day yesterday, strong start to the day today. So 101 to win, and by the time they change innings, we'll still be well over an hour till lunch. So this could be done before the first intended interval, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it will be an extra half hour if they get close as well. The umpires will allow them if they adjudge it to be close enough. But yeah, that surely will either wrap it up, as you say, Jim, before lunch today, for the interval, or very shortly afterwards. Cricket is a funny old game, but it'd be an extraordinary, hilarious occasion for Kent supporters if this were to be a victory.
If Kent did pull it off, Matt, it would be an all-time great.
It would absolutely.
It would be on the list, certainly.
It'd be a heck of a win from here. Absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, 101 will still take some getting. And as I say, we had a festival of red ball cricket for this Kent game. All kinds of things going on. We had members' forums and events and picnics on the outfield. And I suppose to end the festival of cricket, potentially a Worcestershire win, and it's free to get in. So again, if you want to see the Worcestershire batsmen have a crack at knocking off this rather small total, it must be said, then the gates are open and come on in. As we see that roller go to work, which has been, well, it's an instrumental part of the game, hasn't it, really? Waiting for the effects of the roller to wear off, try and see a bit of variable bounce. But as you say, Matt, the longer this game's gone on, the easier it's been to bat.
So we should take a short break here, maybe, and resume as the players come back out?
Yeah, we'll go for a cup of tea to warm up. It's only August the 26th, isn't it? Well, we'll be back in a few minutes. Well, the Worcestershire batsmen are making their way out to the middle. And it's the familiar pairing of Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick.
Roderick makes the first delivery of the innings. Grant Stewart bowling from the Diggers end.
Yeah, so knocking off the runs. The order of the day. Going back to the weather forecast, just to put some jeopardy into what should be a fairly comfortable run chase. Just 2 slips in, so Kent are not going all guns blazing here by any means. They may be thinking the same thing, that perhaps Worcestershire are going to fling the bat here. With 101 needed.
It's Grant Stewart to Gareth Roderick then to start proceedings from the Diglis end. And he comes. That's just pushed back down the wicket by the wicket-keeper batter. Played a very useful hand, got a very stoic 50 in Worcester's first innings.
Yeah, he was brilliant. In defence particularly, as I said, when things were lively here and balls rising off a length and threatening to take the batting helmet off or break a finger.
Comes the right arm Stewart again to Roderick, and he's on his toes there. Again, playing that straight. Again, no run. Yes, and Rob Jones, who's been... His form's not been good, actually. He was scratching around a little bit in the one-day cup, and really gritty stuff. Proper red ball innings they were. But as you say, 2 slips in place. The second of which is quite wide. Again, it's just back of a length. Again, pushed down the ground for no run. So a fine leg and a third man, both very wide though. 2 slips, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg. And there's a man at cover and mid-off as well. In comes Stewart again, and that's wrapped him on the pad. It looked a little high, but it's knocked Gareth Roderick over. The umpire says not out, but Roderick is sprawled on the deck, really. It's taken him by surprise, I think. A little bit of pace, a little bit of bounce from that length.
Yeah, going down it looks like to me, but as you say, it's knocked him over. It's a little bit more surprising perhaps than Gareth Roderick would want, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's comfortably going down, but
Stewart's the quickest of the Kent bowls. Bowls a heavy ball as well, I'm told, if that makes a difference.
And Worcestershire off the mark then, as that's a little bit too straight and it's just tucked off his hip, and Roderick will take 2. So the Worcestershire response is underway. 2 without loss. 1 more ball left then of this opening over. But again, just a little bit too straight from Grant Stewart. In he comes then to Roderick. And this time pushed out into the offside. It's fielded at cover. And there's no run, so that'll complete the first over.
Yeah, an interesting one as well, but 99 left now. With lunch should be an immovable feast on the last day, and tea as well, should they need to go that far. But if the Akeem Jordan will bowl from the New Road end nearest to us, umpires can, if it gets to 1 o'clock and they think Worcestershire on the brink, if they judge Worcestershire should be on the brink of victory, or indeed Kent if they've taken 8 or 9 wickets by that time. I know all results still possible.
All results are still possible.
Not likely.
Too highly unlikely.
Yes,
but that's okay.
But we'll see.
Optimism and enthusiasm are an essential part of sport, and this is key.
Well, I mean, that's why we watch sport, isn't it? If it was all predictable, it wouldn't be worth doing. Is Jordan bowling to Libby. It's well behind that one. There's no run.
Well, this is true. If you want a guaranteed outcome, go to the theatre. That's the gig, isn't it?
And from a weather point of view, looks like with the high winds, these clouds are blowing across very quickly. So with any luck for the duration of this game, we should be able to stay on. And Jordan comes into bowl now to Libby, cuts that away. Delightful looking shot. Ben Compton stops it just short of the boundary. Good stop actually. Decent throw in from the boundary. Finds Harry Finch, the wicket keeper, backpedaling, running backwards, taking it one-handed. So 3 for none. Worcestershire now. Kent with 2 slips in. It's to Andamiye, him of the double century, alongside Jack Leaning. Hands in pockets at the moment. Looking very relaxed. Right leg crossed over left. Having a good old chat, those 3, with Harry Finch. So not exactly an attacking field as Jordan bowls. And it's defended back past him up towards Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent captain at mid-off. Mid-on is Matt Parkinson. Just pointed out on that previous shot that Ben Compton finds himself at deep backward point. 3 or 4 spectators behind him to keep him company. There is a shortish mid-wicket, or even a shortish mid-on. That's Joey Everson. Garrett is at orthodox mid-wicket. As Jordan bowls, defended. Low down on the bat by Roderick. And Grant Stewart is languishing near the ground staff's tractor, which at the moment is already connected to the roller covers. Down there at long leg, 3 for none. Hakeem Jordan, we're getting used to him. He does a little burst, almost Mark Wood-like, like he's like about to fly in, get some real pace going, and then high stepping. Just a gentle run in.
Well, do you know what?
It's cut down to 3rd. Leaning's after it. 2 runs to add, 5 for none.
I was just going to say that. It's an intriguing... It's like a false start, and then it's almost like a high jumper, isn't it? It's very high knee.
Exactly the analogy I was going to use is they do very much the same, don't they? They get the initial burst of speed going so they can prance in towards the bar. Yeah.
I also noticed that he's wearing number 81 on his shirt, and I'm always fascinated by squad numbers. Normally, if there's lots of high numbers knocking about, you're playing academy players and such because everyone's injured. I know that's predominantly the case for both of these sides, but Finch is wearing 72 and Jordan 81. There can't be that many players. I know cricketers are a superstitious bunch, but I'm intrigued as to why it's so high.
Kent would love to have half that number in the squad. They'd be a lot better off, but yes. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's chosen 81. It's a lovely shot. Cover drive. Take a picture of that one. And Gareth Roderick, 4 runs through extra cover, actually. Go a little bit full. Jordan trying to find a bit of nip off the pitch to deceive the batter. Hasn't done. 9 for none. 101 in total needed here on BBC Hereford and Worcester. BBC Radio Kent with the pictures. Courtesy of Worcestershire County Cricket Club on the BBC Sport website and app. And now through most smart speakers as well. I have to get the syntax right. I've not got a smart speaker. But just ask BBC Sounds to play, for instance, Worcestershire v Kent, day 4. You need the match and you need the day. And that should get to you if you've got the right kind of smart speaker. Here endeth the lesson. I've done my job.
In comes Grant Stewart then to Jake Libby. And that's just climbed on him there. Through to Finch. Hands on heads in the slip. There's bent his back there, Stewart. You say he's the quickest of the bowlers on display. That's good aggressive stuff. But yes, that Gareth Roderick classic cover drive, wasn't it? Lovely little flourish as well. Really tricky start to his Worcestershire career. Really tough first year. Found himself in and out the side. Couldn't get any form. COVID had plenty to do with it. In comes Stewart again. But he's become an absolute linchpin of this side. And, keeping wicket for long periods of time and opening the batting. Not an easy thing to do, that continual need for concentration. Tough on the quads as well. but started well. He has 8 to his name. Libby just the 1 at the moment. Worcestershire 11 without loss, chasing 101 for victory. In comes Stewart then. That's pushed into the offside. Plenty of space there, just in front of square on the offside. It's man in the deep, so it will just be a single. It's a horrible throw into Finch, though. Harry Finch taking that just above his shoelaces. So Libby moves on to 2. And Worcestershire are on course here for back-to-back county championship victories. Much needed as well. It's tight at the bottom of that first division table. In comes Stewart then. And just back of a length, it's just pushed into the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket. And there's no run. It's very calm out there in the field. I think the Kent players know really, I think the game's up here. And Stewart continues then from the Diglis end. In he comes. I know Jen just dropped into the offside by Roderick. And there's no run. And a little look round the grounds then. Games of interest. Warwickshire, of course, just 1 place above Worcestershire with only 5-point advantage. 337 all out they were against Somerset. Somerset replied with 239. Warwickshire's second innings, 243 for 7. That's a lead of 341 with 3 wickets remaining. They want to get bowling sooner rather than later. In comes Stewart again. It's a full ball, just jammed down on that. Did Roderick. Fielded in the offside, there's no run. And Lancashire, who are just above them, Surrey 444 for 9 declared in their innings. Lancashire skittled out for 204 in reply. They're 66 for 4 on the 4th day. They trail by 174 with 6 wickets remaining. So a loss for Lancashire would help Worcestershire out no end as well. Stewart then in again to Roderick. On his toes, and he just chops that down to the wide third man for a single. And Durham, huge first innings score of 531 for 7 against Nottinghamshire, who are also right in the thick of things at the bottom end of the table. Notts replied with 229 all out. In their second innings, 248 for 8. So they still trail Durham by 54 runs with 2 wickets remaining. So it does look as if results are going pretty well for Worcestershire this weekend. If they can get the job done here and a couple more games go their way, they'll be above the dotted line, most likely. Jordan then, with his distinctive run-up, is on his way in to Gareth Roderick from the New Road end. He's just pushed that down the ground. Bowler's done the fielding himself. Quick down, grabbed it one-handed. Looks like Parkinson's working on the ball here. 2 slips and a gully for Roderick, who's on 9. Worcestershire 13 without loss. In comes Jordan again, right arm over. And pushed into the offside. Smart fielding in the covers. And if you're late to us, Kent were dismissed this morning. Last 2 wickets fell. All out for 376. As Jordan makes his way into Roderick again. And gets the bat down in time on that one as well. Squirts into the offside for no run. Tom Taylor bowled Hakeem Jordan. And then Joe Leach took the last wicket of the innings. Young fast bowler George Garrett was caught at the wicket by Gareth Roderick for just 6 runs. It means that Worcestershire need just 101 to claim a consecutive victory, their second victory in the county championship. And Hakeem Jordan is into bowl to Roderick. It's pushed onto the back foot there, and it's squirted away behind square on the offside. The man in that gully's doing the fielding. Matt Coles is destroying the commentary box. He's just gone off to do a news update. And It's all gone flying. Are you still in one piece, Matt? He's okay. Hands are up. Good news. Jordan then on his way into Roderick. And on his toes there on the back foot. He just chops down on that into the offside. No danger of a run being taken. So he stays firmly in his crease. And we're about to complete the 4th over then of this Worcestershire 4th innings. And Jordan's on his way in. Roderick waits and then just pushes that down. Oh, he's gone. So he pushes it down the ground, but it's a really sharp take from Jordan. So Roderick departs. 13 for 1 is the score. It's a really sharp taking, and there's a little bit of late movement there. Full ball, and it's a sharp catch. Never easy. Off your own bowling.
Yeah, nicely done, wasn't it, by Keane Jordan coming straight back at him, and so-called bowled adds to his 5 in the first innings. He'll be very pleased with that, albeit presumably in a vain effort, but Kent at least was something to talk about there. 6 in the match now for Keane Jordan, and off goes Gareth Roderick. Caught and bowled Jordan 4-9, 13 for 1, 101 needed in total. Kashi Valley comes in. I'm delighted to say that although my entire kit hit the ground there, they're made so sturdily, these things, that didn't even, no falter. It's incredible. Glensound from Maidstone make these kits which have lasted us. Some of them have been around 30, 40 years. With a bit of maintenance, they're still going. Anyway, there we are.
That's it. Things were made proper in those days, you see.
Yeah, I don't think I'm marketing for that particular company, because they have been the industry standard for so many years, haven't they? But those things are changing in the world of telecommunications.
Yeah. They cannot be destroyed by conventional methods, can they?
No.
Yeah, the Toyota Hilux of broadcasting.
Yeah. Our engineer's very pleased about it. The number of biffs and dents I've got on my kit. I'll be taking them back just to them to look over there. Anyway,
I don't know whether Kashi Valley was having a snooze or not, but
taking him a while.
He's
missing
only
anything.
just got to the wicket.
Yeah.
Right, in comes Stewart then to Jake Libby. As the wicket was taken at the last ball of that over, and they scamper through for a single. It took him an awful long time to get down the stairs and just sauntered down to the wicket.
Absolutely did. But yeah, he might have been thinking he had feet up for the rest of the day, perhaps. Some breaking through now, which is good news.
Well, it's good to have Kashif back. He's been a revelation in this competition. We've not seen anywhere near enough from him this summer for various different reasons, but that's par for the course at the moment if you're a Pears fan. But that distinctive backlift he's got, the bat pointing up above his head, makes Graham Gooch look shy. In comes Stewart to Kashif. Wrapped on the pads, big shout, looked a bit high, but it's found its way down to the rather vacant third man area. And they scamper through for a single. Made 17, looked quite fluid for his 17 before he was dismissed in the first innings, but he started the season. Statement centuries against Warwickshire, excellent against Nottinghamshire as well. There's a lot of conversation amongst the fan base, actually, really, who's going to bat in the top 3 this season. And Kashif has stepped up. He's been a great watch. Anyway, Libby now on strike. He's on 3. In comes Stewart. There's a controlled drive into the offside. Fielded by the man at deep backward point for another single. So Libby finds himself 4. Kashif not out. In comes Stewart again then. Again Kashif with his bat raised high. He's down on that though. He's guided that down towards third man. And it's chased down, but they take two. So Kashif is off the mark. Some would say slightly fortuitously, but soft hands, so all along the deck. Just squared him up a little bit, that last one. Plenty of noise from the slip cordon then, so there is still interest in this from a Kent perspective. In comes Stewart again then. That's just pushed to the man short cover. Rather unhelpfully, rather like Worcestershire actually, that Kent don't have any numbers on the backs of their sweaters.
Yes. That's all right, I should be assisting more. Just fielding messages at the moment because joint programme on Kent, Sussex and Surrey at the moment. Of course, Sussex have finished their game, so extra updates for me to fill in. But yeah, it's Mieye and Leaning a Slips. This is Ogborn fielding in the covers.
And quickly down, but not before they take a single to finish the over. So Kashif moves on to 3. I spent plenty of time watching cricket at home. I used to live in Brighton, so that was
right.
Another great ground to watch cricket at. But not been the easiest of times really for Sussex, and they've gone down today against Yorkshire.
Yeah, big defeat against Yorkshire. That they had a bit of a gap at the top of the table to start this one, didn't they? And Championship Division 2. If Kent were to be relegated, again very selfishly, it'd be lovely to have a trip to Hove. So close to home, but also lovely ground too. I've been there for a championship match for a while. Akeem Jordan continuing. He's got 1 for 7 from his 2 so far. Through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Again, from a Kent point of view, supporters might take out of this match is you've got a debutant that's taken 5 for in his first innings. And
what's he like in the field? Has he got a good pair of hands? He moved the across the ground
looks
well?
Decent. I haven't really seen enough of him to make a full judgment, but yeah, he looks good all round. And this one's guided out by Kashif towards Ben Compton at backward point. Sorry, that's Jake Libby, isn't it? I was going to say, I think the scoreboard had him as... Oh no?
Yeah,
oh, it is Kashif. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Well, the reason I ask is that Jordan has the feel about him of a guy that's in the game, always in the game.
Yeah.
You just have these characters that, regardless of form or otherwise, just find a way to make an impact. And he comes again to follow this time. And it's driven to mid-wicket. And on the bounce as well. For a little bit uppish for a little while there. I think Kent fielders were interested.
Yes, that...
But it's safe enough.
That's Ogborn, yeah. I think he's gone down heavily on his elbow. May have taken the skin off there.
Waving furiously for a plaster or some such.
He is indeed, yeah.
Just a graze. You're all right, Sunshine. You're okay.
It'll be fine. Sorry, it's Garrett. I beg your pardon on this side. It's Jordan bowls, and forward comes Libby. Defends it towards George Garrett. Picks up with the left. The 12th will get short shrift from George after this one. So could someone come and see to this, please? Might be the physio coming out with a...
I think it looks like he's drawn blood there.
Yeah, I think he has. He's saying, no, really? No, really, please do come out. Yeah, I think as Jordan bowls and Libby, a little hop lets that one go through to the wicketkeeper, turns, watches the ball into the gloves of Harry Finch. And yeah, I think Paul Pollard is saying, as George Garrett is, look, I'm bleeding, bleeding, you need to go off the field. And George waving to the balcony and trying to find someone that would be, well, he's just left the field now. If they're not coming down, he's going to them. Kent are down to 10 at the moment. Well, they've got a reserve field. That works very well. As Jas Singh
Jazz 6.
springs into action, and physio Dan George will see to what ails George Garrett. Is Jordan, that's a lovely shot and almost work immediately to do for Jazz Singh. He hairs after it, he won't get to it though. It's Stewart, the field just back to the square. Lovely little clip through square leg. 21 for 1. 80 more needed for Worcestershire to win this game, and they will take all but 1 point from this as well. What I mean by that is not quite maximum points, but 23 if they, as they look inexorably bound to do, take victory here. So yeah,
Right.
in the over.
Stewart it is then, to continue from the Diglis end. With that nice clip off his toes from the last ball of the previous over, it means that Libby is back on strike. Three catches. A first slip, I said like a very wide second slip, somewhere between second and third, then a fifth as well. And he thinks about playing at that, but then thinks better of it as Jake Libby stays inside the line. Good zip there from Stewart, though. He's bowling quickly.
So with the current run rates, that looks like we might be into a second session before this one's done.
In comes Stewart again then to Libby. He just shoulders arms and lets that travel on through to Harry Finch. Yes, the indication is here that they're not necessarily in a hurry, and that's all right. You don't want to risk giving away wickets and giving them even a sniff, I suppose. Kashif is naturally going to be positive, though. That's just the way he plays.
Yeah, probably about 10 overs to go and still 80 to make.
Stewart's in, and again, it's wide of off stump. Libby leaves it well alone, and there's no run. Important thing from a Worcestershire perspective is that they can hopefully they've dunked Joe Leach and Tom Taylor and Adam Finch into some ice baths and got the masseuse working overtime, because there's still a lot of cricket to be played. Trying to keep those boys fit, it's going to be a tough ask. In comes Stewart again. Libby waits, and again it's wide of off stump, and again Libby lets that past.
Yeah, there'll be a few players being wrapped up in cotton wool for the last few games of the season, which should we say, with real hopes of avoiding the drop here.
I mean, it will be if they manage it. Actually, it will be an incredible effort. I mean,
Absolutely.
Stewart's in again, and played this time by Libby to the man at short cover, and there's no run. Just with everything that the club's been through, which has been very well documented, and just as you say, when you have limited resources and a smaller squad, and you see some of your better players leave at the end of last season, Dolly not fully fit, Cash not fully fit, it would be a remarkable achievement for this group of players. In comes Stewart again, and that's a lovely little drive on the front foot through the covers. And we've picked up though, just in front of the boundary rope. They'll take a couple.
Yeah, Joey Everson fielding.
It's it would equal any trophy they've won in recent years. I genuinely feel that it's because of what it will represent as well, and the way that this team have sort of have stuck together and just refused to let the world beat them almost.
Yeah,
It would be a real shame that after all that fight and all that adversity that they faced right at the last, the injuries do for them. Because as you say, there's some real big hitters in this division with an awful lot of resource.
Yeah, cricket is changing, isn't it? akin to as Jordan bowls to Cashew Valley, tucked into the onside, fielded by Garrett, back after being tended to. The bleeding stopped on his right elbow. Feels to me with cricket at the moment akin to maybe not the beginning of the football's Premier League, but maybe a few years in where the money is it's gravitating to certainly the counties with test grounds, and it's really, really hard for teams with less resources to compete in the top division. This one's cut away, a little bit thin, that one, bottom of the bat, maybe toe end. It's fielded by Compton. They'll take a single and move on to 24 for 1. Has Cashy come through for that one? He has indeed.
Yeah, I thought there was a genuine edge to that, I think.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a little bit in front of square and it was behind in the end.
I mean, it's not a direct analogy, but if you look at the resources that, I mean, everyone points to Surrey and they've had the most resources for many years, but the change in terms of pulling power for those sides, and
well, it's more desirable now, isn't it,
So
to go and be
depending on what-
in their second 11,
yeah,
get
yeah.
paid, wait for the opportunity, and if they go out on loan, they go out on loan. So it is a different world in that regard. Is that, yeah, the venue and the status that comes with it now, and we see the strength of Surrey is that Dan Lawrence and
Well, I think
Ollie Pope and Gus Atkinson and Jamie Smith can go and play Test cricket, and they're still streets ahead of everybody else. It's astonishing, really.
I think the Dan Lawrence move is a real signal, as this one's guided into the offside by Libby. They'll take a single, 25 for 1. Feels like a bit of a landmark to me, in that obviously incredibly well thought of at the club that he's come through at Essex, and he would have been on a decent wage there, but Surrey can just go and pluck a player like that. I mean, I know there's more to it than that. He's got ambitions of his own, Dan Lawrence, internationally as well, and Surrey are top side and are going to win titles, but it just shows you Hakeem Jordan. Oh, it's an edge, but soft hands from Kashi Valley. It's gone for 4. Worcester supporters aren't really bothered whether that's an edge or not. We've seen that throughout the game. Hakeem Jordan will be frustrated, but all on the ground. Soft hands, 25 for 1 now. Is it 29 for 1 actually? Kashi goes on to 9, I think he does, yeah.
Actual real credit to Essex and Somerset for being so competitive,
Yeah,
really.
I think they are. I mean,
Very
Danny
well-run
Bell-Drummond said at the
counties.
beginning of the season, of saying, everyone will always say, won't they, captains who are in Division 1, what's your ambition? To win the title. I said, but how realistic is it? He said, a team like Essex is a blueprint for what other counties can be without those massive resources. But you're right, they've been great. Somerset, as you say, both of them have brought players through season after season as well, haven't they? Which is young talent coming into the squad is so important. Back foot defensive by Cashy Valley into the offside, and there's no run. 29 for 1. They do have resources beyond that, Essex, of course, but
It was notable about both those places, though, is they both take spin, don't they? With
Yeah,
Harmer
that's
and
true.
Leach
Yeah.
and Bashir as well.
Harmer
They both
can
take spin, and they
spin it on
both got
glass, that man. That's
but have top quality spinners
yeah,
as well.
that's true. But there we are. Currently, these two languishing in the bottom 2, though. As I said, for Worcestershire supporters, looking like a likely defeat for Nottinghamshire at Durham, and surely a defeat for Lancashire at Surrey. A win here for Worcestershire. That make things very interesting in the bottom 4.
In football, it's a relegation 6-pointer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is this a relegation 52-pointer?
Can
Can that be a thing?
At least, I think you're underestimating it. There we go. Let's have more hyperbole. Put it up to at least 50. Yeah.
Garrett's starting from the Diglis end, and straight. Libby just tucks that into the leg side for no run. So George Garrett there, just doing a few stretches after that first ball.
A little bit gloomy overhead again. If apologies if the weather reports are coming too thick and fast, but just to say that forecast possible rain at the moment is skirting the ground, fortunately.
In comes Garrett again then to Libby. And, just clossed that a bit, drops into the onside. No run taken. Yes, it's brisk. I am very much regretting the shorts.
Fair
It
enough.
is cold.
Yeah.
It's jacket weather. You can see people that were in hats and coats.
I was quite chilly getting the interviews last night, so I did think maybe I'd err on the side of caution. I like to wear the shorts when possible, but it's quite autumnal, I'd say, today.
In comes Garrett again, and that's a genuine edge as well. That's gone fine. It's a chase for leading, but he won't get there. No, it just beats him, so that's gone for 4 as well. Boundaries in consecutive overs off the edge, but Worcestershire won't mind at all.
Yeah, those 2 boundaries just feels like if there's any pressure, it's relieved that entirely at 33 for 1. What do Kent do now? They're probably just going to have to stick with what they're doing. Hope that some luck comes their way as well as some good bowling and fielding, but 33 for 1. Garrett goes back to his mark.
In comes Garrett again then. 2 slips away, Libby. And he just drops that into the leg side. And he says, speaking of, I've got to do the interviews afterwards. What I didn't realise is that I left this unattended this morning. And my 2-year-old found the windshield.
Fantastic.
For my smartphone. We do everything on smartphones these days.
Yeah.
So I've got to go and do interviews after this. And my 2-year-old's put some goggly eyes and a pipe cleaner tongue through it.
Fantastic. Absolutely
Which
fantastic.
is, well, it's a look, isn't it?
It is. All Brett D'Oliveira
My
make of
already
that.
wafer-thin credibility may well be completely extinguished. In comes Garrett again. And again, carbon copy, straight, but Lib is equal to it. Full face of the bat, drops it into the leg side. No run taken, though.
Perhaps we're just going to be reminded, everyone gets reminded that cricket's important, but it's not too important, you can't have a laugh. There we go. I'm going to bail out here for my half-past update now. You're making me work so
a
hard.
man in
on Friday.
demand.
There we go.
Hopefully Matt can survive the news update without clattering into a door, a table, a chair, or breaking the kit. And Garrett is on his way in. And he's bowled him! And that's a breakthrough for Garrett this time. He's rocked his off-peg back, and it was left alone by Libby. That's a real misjudgment from the Worcestershire opener. But he goes for 12. Worcestershire 33 for 2.
Check with the ball by George Garrett for 12.
That's just shaped back in. It's a good delivery by the young quick. You feel it's still a little too little too late. Worcestershire 33 for 2. 68 now needed to win. Up until then, a very watchful innings by Jake Livy. But he has to depart. Out comes Rob Jones, who you have to say was excellent in the first innings. At times when the ball was spitting up off a length and was hitting gloves and getting wrapped in the pads. He did a really good job alongside Gareth Roderick. And really helped set the platform for Worcestershire in the first innings to have this advantage, of course. And he'd have been disappointed that he fell one short of a deserved 50, it has to be said. But he now heads out to join Kashif Ali after a really good bit of bowling. From George Garrett. And it does mean that Matt Coles will have some good news to share with the listeners of BBC Radio Kent. And the wicket was taken with the last ball of that over as well, so we're going to see Akeem Jordan continue into a 5th over from the New Road end. Kashif on strike. We've got Rob Jones there just doing a bit of shadow batting. You can see the breeze coming across the ground from the pavilion side towards the cathedral. And there's plenty of thick sweaters, hands in pockets. doesn't much feel like August. And the helmet is on its way out. It looks like we're going to have someone in close. So helmet on. And it's into the slip corner, but very, very close. So 3 catches now behind the wicket to join Adam Finch. That's a good drive into the covers. It doesn't elude the fielder, so there's no run. Elegant looking shot though from Kashif Ali. There's 3 slip fielders, quite far spread, covering 4 slips I would say. In comes Jordan again then to Kashif, and he just cuts that away. That's going to race away for 4. A little bit of width offered, but it's still a really good shot. $37 for 2 then is the total. 64 more required. Just over 25 minutes to the lunch break. You can get an extra half hour, of course, if you think that you can force a victory. It might well be a little bit too far off for Worcestershire for that, but, you know, Kashif Ali, he's an aggressive player. He likes to play his shots. He can go through the gears, so it's not out of the question. In comes Jordan again. And best bounce there. Kashif thought about offering a bat, but stayed inside the line. Left it be. Jordan in again. Knees pumping. Oh, it's beaten the edge. Tumbling stop by Adam Finch. It's good stuff this from Jordan. And it's a tricky little period for Worcestershire here as the wind picks up even more. Grey, cold and windy afternoon. And Hakeem Jordan, he's asking plenty of questions here. On his way in again. And it's a solid forward press there from Kashif. Down to mid-off. And there's no run.
Just noting the updates, the regional update there, that Surrey have taken a 5th Lancashire wicket now. They're 82 for 5. They still need a mountain of runs just to make Surrey bat again. So it should be good news for Worcestershire listeners, I would have thought.
In comes Jordan again then. Wrapped on the pad, big shout, they like it a lot. And umpire unmoved. Drops into the offside, no run taken. Big appeal though from both sides of the wicket.
Having fun with Frank Watson yesterday, saying with Tawanda Miayu, when I think he got to about 150, that the attitude I think from a lot of Worcestershire supporters was, yes, you batted very nicely, now that's enough. And Frank said in his teacherly voice, that's enough now. And I'm imagining Worcester supporters might be thinking after that appeal, yes, all right, you've taken a couple of wickets, but that's enough now.
That's the.
You've had your fun. And,
stop ruining this for us.
thanks for coming.
Well, of course, things could have been very different. Of course, he was fortunate a couple of times, but it's just what makes 4-day cricket so wonderful, isn't it? At 5
Indeed,
down,
yeah.
Kent are very much back in the game, at least within a very good chance of saving it. And then a little flurry of wickets late on. It really is the best version of cricket, I think. In comes Garrett again. And it's Jones who just bunts that down the ground. It's stopped by the bowler. You see shirt and trousers billowing in the wind here. Hands in pockets in the slips.
I think this is, again, morale-wise, Kent are taking things from the game. It's good for Kent. They've taken a couple of wickets here. They've kept competitive, even though Worcestershire should breeze to this.
In comes Garrett again. Dabbed into the offside. They'll take a quick single. Comfortable enough. So Jones is on his way. Single to him. Total on to 38 for 2. 63 runs needed. Yeah, it's been a good fighting effort, you have to say. It was at one point it looked like it was going to be 3 days. Well, not even 3 days when you consider the rain. So
I just think, final innings here. Although they're on a bit of a hiding to nothing here, there's nothing worse, is there, than a run chaser which gets away from you quickly, and then it's just a breeze to the batting side. They're making it difficult for their opponents.
Garrett in again. Oh, that's a play and a miss, and it's thudded into the gloves of Finch. And it's one of those when you're a batter, it's a bit of a hiding to nothing, because you think, I might get 20 or 30, or I might get nothing for my efforts.
Keeping himself in it anyway on this final innings. But yeah, Worcestershire, of course, with, where are we, 63 to make. This should be a formality, but being made to work for their runs right at the end here.
In comes Garrett again then, from the Diglis end. And dropped into the offside. Solid defensive stroke on the back foot there from Rob Jones.
Can't go to Warwickshire after this one, starting another Thursday to Sunday match. As we...
well, if you could
crossing into
do us
September.
a favour on that one, that'd be nice.
Yeah, no. I think, said from Kent's position, they need wins and more wins, so they'll be very happy to if they can.
In comes Garrett again, and it's forward defensive on the front foot this time. And the bowler does his own fielding.
They'll be happy to make a pact. I'm sure we'll send Warwickshire and Notts down, or Warwickshire, Lancashire, one of those, two of those three.
I mean, from a Worcestershire perspective, they won't care. There will be. I mean, Warwickshire would be, objectively speaking, amusing. There's between the fans. There's a really good rivalry actually. The stuff on social media as well between the two accounts is it's all in good fun, but it's great beating Warwickshire. I have to say that. In comes Garrett again. Lots of traffic player-wise between the two clubs each way. But there's also the element that there's a little bit of needle between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. Not least because of several players that found themselves at Trent Bridge, having previously been of this parish. But really, from a pair's perspective, as the 11th over's completed, it's 38 for 2. Jordan's going to keep going. He's into his 6th over from the New Road end. It's survival at all costs at anyone's expense, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Where are they? Chelmsford next week, then Worcestershire against Essex. Powerful side.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask. That no spinner, of course, from a Worcestershire perspective. In comes Jordan, distinctive run up, I like that, and that's played through the leg side, through mid wicket, clipped away. I don't think it's quite got enough to get to the boundary. They'll look to come back for 3. It's good running.
Yeah, making the most of that, weren't they? Absolutely.
Bit too full, bit too straight. The top order batsman loved that. But nicely clipped away. Didn't try and hit it too hard, did he?
So yeah, the way to come. So Essex at Chelmsford. Then that game against Warwickshire here. Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl, and finish at home to Lancashire. Well,
yeah, we finish at home to Lancashire, and I think Notts have got Warwickshire. In comes Jordan again, so it could well be a last day 4-way dance.
Yeah.
To try and stay up. It's the perils of how the season is scheduled now, though, unfortunately, is that you start to think, wow, the game's starting right on the bare edge of October. So it's the last week of September.
Although traditionally, I say actually, not even traditionally, but I think statistically September's quite a good month for weather, isn't it? But
Anything's got to be better than what we've had for the most part of this summer. It's
Yeah.
been pretty dreadful. In comes Jordan again. Bit too straight again. Top of the hip. Down towards deep square leg. They take a couple. It's off the bat of Kashif. Yes, this is true, but it'd be a real shame that if you feel like this is going to go down to the wire, that you don't want the weather to play a part in it. Having said that, if Worcestershire are above the dotted line, I will happily take all just rained off for the rest of the season. I wouldn't.
I think many neutrals would be very happy to see Worcestershire stay up. There's a good deal of good
Yeah.
feeling towards this club.
In comes Jordan again. And that's cut away.
Nice.
And that will find its way to the boundary as well. So Kashif is starting to motor here.
Yeah, perhaps they do have their eyes on finishing this before having a hearty lunch.
Well, he's on to 19, 23 balls faced. 47 for 2 now the score, 54 to win. And we're still, 18 minutes away from the designated lunch break. Stick
Yeah.
another half hour on.
And
It's doable.
Exactly, I'm wondering if they're actually thinking about that, targeting that at this point. But
Jordan in again. Just jammed down on that. Drops just behind square on the offside. And there's no run. Well, I mean, as you say, there is a hint of maybe a bit of drizzle, but why risk it? It's a very cricket sort of thing anyway, to just, we'll have lunch and risk ruining the game and having no result to weather. It doesn't entirely help itself.
they love a food interval. That's one of the wonderful things about cricket, I think, is that it's been the same for
Well,
hundreds of years. It revolves around food as well as enjoyment of sport.
In comes Jordan again. Again, just soft hands, gently played into the offside. Well, in another life, when I used to live down south, Matt, I used to manage the long room at Lord's.
Did you really?
Yeah,
Oh, right.
I did it in 2013. That was.
Yeah.
And it was rather fortuitous how it all happened, but it's by the by. But yeah, the lunch provision for members, players, and staff alike, it's rather good. It's good here too. I mean, you don't struggle anywhere, do you? To be honest, but it's another world. It's
No,
another world there.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, definitely very good here. John Curtis has been ruling the press box with a rod of iron, but also provided us with cake every 5 minutes, which
Well,
is...
I was going to say, if this is a foreshortened day, is there
Yeah.
going to be excess cake, or is there
Well,
going to be no cake?
I don't think the ladies' pavilion is open today, so I think fourth day we may be cakeless, but
Oh.
I'm sure they'll provide us with some food. But actually, Giles just passes beneath us here as Garrett comes in. Shot from... Oh, it's a lovely shot from Rob Jones, who has... well, it's not even really a drive, it's a push forward. Delightful timing up to long off. And that will be 4 runs, 51 for 2. Actually, Giles with his dog. And there's his first thought this morning was to make sure the dog had been fed and watered. Never mind the cricket. Absolutely right.
Yeah, nice shot from Jones. Just a little punch, wasn't it? Little check drive. And if a good, very popular member of the squad, Rob Jones, so form for him will be important.
Garrett to Jones once again. Leaning forward. Takes the bottom hand off the bat. Just a little bit frustrated, I think, there. Thought could have done better with it. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Along the ground up towards Matt Parkinson, who's at mid-off. Who's doing the high stepping there? Is it, Grant Stewart going through some... Just keep himself limber. I don't know if he'll be brought on perhaps at the other end. King Jordan 1 for 28 now. Went for a boundary or 2 in his last over, didn't he? So could be that they're going to change ends there. It's Garrett bowls to Jones. Drops on that one, just deflects it into the onside, fielded by Ben Compton. I don't think it'll be that warm out there at the moment, but most of them or at least half of them, sorry, in shirt sleeve order at the moment. Not to the braver ones, just the ones that don't feel the cold quite so keenly. It does feel distinctly
It's
autumnal.
brisk, isn't it? Yeah, just in the slip cordon and cold fingers and a hard ball.
Yeah, actually
It's
you're right. The
Never pleasant.
2 slips have got full jumpers on, I think. left by Jones through to wicket-keeper Finch. Umpire Pollard does have this, I'd say it's a habit, occasionally just stick his right arm out, and I don't, after a delivery's been gone through. It's not a no ball. No, it's not a no ball. 51 for 2 anyway. Maybe just keeping himself limber. Who knows? But just looking up to see if it had been called for the scorers, but no. Garrett through to Jones then. Jones drives. Tracked looking shot. Good tumbling stop from Matt Parkinson. Really, really good. Stops it dead at mid-off. And they do come through for the single. There's Kashif, who's jettisoned the jumper. Short sleeves for him. Rob Jones in the sleeveless sweater. The cable net. 52 for 2 then. So 49 for victory now. With 13 minutes until the time for the intervals. Jones just... Kashif Ali just offers the bat to that one into the offside. Ogborne picks it up on the ground. On the ground, end of the over. 52 for 2. Garrett has 1 for 10. Keith Jordan at the other end, 1 for 28. Is he going to continue? No, it is Grant Stewart taking off his jumper. Yeah, just saw him warming up, just twisting, making sure the lower back was limber as well. And Daniel Beldrum just going over to Akeem Jordan and high-fiving him there. And the West Indian, I'm sure it'll really continue, but following a 6-over spell there, he's being rested for Grant Stewart, none for 13 from his 4 so far. And Warwickshire 49 more to win. Will they do it before the interval? Will they be able to take the umpires to the brink at 1 o'clock and persuade them they should stay out for another half an hour? We'll see here.
If they stay out for another half an hour, they're staying out. Because you'd feel like if it's that close.
Yeah. Surely they will consider, yes, that they. It wouldn't entirely surprise me, even if they only score. I mean, if they score 20 more runs, surely they will stay out, and they probably will in the next 10 minutes.
In comes Stewart then, right arm fast, and jumps down on the ball. Does Rob Jones?
Right,
yeah, I mean, I'm sure the umpires will be perfectly okay with a full afternoon off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it does make sense for everyone.
Time's gone by when a few could go either way decisions are being triggered if it means a quick getaway.
It feels
certainly in club cricket I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it doesn't happen at the top end of the game.
I think it would be probably at this stage the right thing to do.
Stewart then in from the new road and that's just squirted down to fine leg.
Yeah, he's played round his front pad there, which gets the excitement of the slips. Jack Leading's still got his head in his hands. Yeah. His head to one side, just maybe a little bit of a moan to Harry Finch. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, and all that stuff. 53 for 2 though.
Just mopping his brow there, Stewart, getting a bit of perspiration on the ball. Anything that'll help. In comes Stewart then, and Kashif on his toes, drives that to mid-off, and immediately work to the ball. Are you a dog person, Matt?
Yeah, I'm very dog
You
friendly,
are very
yes.
much eyes on, and I know nothing about dogs. That's what we're looking at here.
Well, this is actually Giles' dog to our left. Is it's if not his master's voice, certainly paying attention. But
Stewart there, wide of off stump, and Kashif was looking to leave it alone, and inadvertently hit the bat and found its way on the bounce into the slip cordon. No alarm though for the Worcester batter.
Oh, there we go. The media manager has just let the Ashley Giles' dog into the media room.
Is this, this feels like it's against health and safety.
The B word, and I have to emphasise that biscuits has been uttered, so no wonder the dog's looking quite so happy.
In comes Stewart again. Kashif waits. And a flailing drive, but he doesn't make contact. So looking to be expansive here. And Kashif just might have to play within himself a little bit here. Stewart asking questions. He bowled well from the Diglis end. It's a good start from the New Road end as well. His opening bowler partner has been... Kim Jordan's been working hard on that ball for him. 3 slips wait. In comes Stewart then. And that's a bit too straight. Just tucked off his hip. Take a single, get down the other end. And farm the strike. Why not? 14 overs have been completed. Worcestershire 53 for 2. And the total to win now is 47. 8 minutes till the interval.
Just checking, there's a weary double teapot from Grant Stewart after that swing and a miss from Kashif Ali. He's not taken a wicket yet in the match. Stewart, number 68 in the first innings.
Actually, he's bowled well as well. He's batted really well. He's been unlucky, isn't he?
Always spectacular if he stays around for any length of time. Because he hits the ball so very hard, does Grant Stewart. And I know that's true of a number of cricketers, but he really does. This is Garrett from the Diglis end rather to Kashif Ali. Pushes forward on that one, straight back to past the bowler. Matt Parkinson, Kent's leg spinner, picks it up. Really hasn't been a match for the spinner.
Is he West Australian extraction, Grant Stewart?
Yes. He's everybody's, as I like to say, Kent fans, you know what I'm going to say. He's everybody's favourite Italian-Australian from Sandwich. There we go. So
Walesers, right? Okay.
Well, he ended up playing cricket at Sandwich, so yes. So he plays international cricket for
There's
Italy.
a Venn diagram that's going to be easy to explain, isn't it?
Garrett to... that's a snorter, and that's gone up head high, just under Kashif Ali's nose. Has it hit something?
Well,
Jack Leading and Harry Finch are hoping it has and asking the umpire if it has, but that one... And that's that spot just back of a length, which we've seen during this match, and George Garrett has got it to lift, and
yeah, it's a nasty one, isn't it? It's well directed, but you can see that the bowler didn't look interested at all. He knew that wasn't happening.
Yeah, are they thinking maybe it's just brushed the glove behind the wicket? But the bowler is, as you say, if the bowler's not interested, then you would think not. 54 for 2. Garrett comes in, bowls to Kashif Ali. It's a nice little run down to third. Danny Bell-Drummond from third slip runs after it, and there'll be a single. 55 for 2. It's a Grant Stewart now playing international cricket for Italy. His mum is Italian, so Gareth Berg is the...
I was going to say, Gareth Berg,
captain.
Of course, he's still going, isn't he?
He's
former
chief
Middlesex
whip,
and Northampton seamer.
Chief whip of the Italian organisation there, and Wayne Madsen also plays for Italy as well. I'm not sure quite what his connection is to Italy. But
that's a good gig, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just bobbing over to Rome to play a couple of internationals. And
a bit around the world as well.
So a bit of Australian, hint of English, some Italian, and let's face it, Grant Stewart. There's Scotch in there, isn't there?
Scotch, crikey. Don't let Scots people hear you say Scotch. Goodness me. Unless it's whiskey. The leading edge from Rob Jones there as Garrett bowls, and into the offside, just dropping short of Ogborne, but yeah. Alarm there for a moment. 55 for 2. We need 101 in total, but yes, very much an Australian accent. Spent a lot of time in Australia, and big friends of Mitch Claydon, the former Kent bowler. Came over originally playing club cricket for Sandwich, and picking him out of the Kent Premier League.
Grant Stewart's got a strong sort of 1950s film star name to it.
Yeah, you're right. So there's a strong name. 2 first names as first and surname. It just gets up a little bit, and off the high part of the bat from Rob Jones, bounces down towards backward point where Joey Everson rather fields. Alfie Ogborne now receiving the ball. Has not had a bowl yet, the left arm seamer. 55 for 2. Kent going in rotation with as you would, the 3 most likely wicket takers, I suppose, at this point. They're Obviously, they need breakthroughs and they need them very, very quickly at this point. 55 for 2, 101 needed in total to take victory here, Worcestershire. But Kent making them work hard despite the small total needed. Ooh, offers the bat to that one, Jones, and then immediately goes off for a little walk and a word with himself, because that's left in from George Garrett. Good delivery from the Kent fast medium bowler to end the over. And yeah, shaped away from him through to the wicket keeper. Finch 55 for 2, the home side. Closing in on victory. As I said, Kent aren't going to let them stroll over the finish line.
So we'll see some more of Grant Stewart. Richard Burton and Grant Stewart in.
Yeah, I can see it. Or hear it, rather. Yeah. I guess there's still 5 down at the Oval.
A couple of minutes till 1 o'clock. In comes Stewart then. Kashif waits. And lets that one go through wide of off stump. Doesn't offer a shot.
Not 9 down at Durham now, and still 17 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat, so that one does look very close for a Durham victory. Like it's more dog wrangling, if you're wondering what the kerfuffle is in front of us.
Stewart in again, and it's just pushed back down the wicket by Kashif for no run.
See the umpires come together at the end of the previous over, but obviously we're going towards 1 o'clock, and we probably will go past 1 for the end of this Grant Stewart over, which will...
I think he has every intention of making sure they do, doesn't he?
he's not in a hurry,
Yeah.
put it that way, no.
Well, we're 2 minutes in and we've only had 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
And he comes though. And that's just beaten Kashif. Just past the outside edge.
He's a big, fierce competitor, Grant Stewart, but he is a charming fella off the pitch. Always ready with a smile. But I think he's probably frustrated here. No wickets in the match so far, and toiling once again.
On his way in then. Solid push down the ground. Stewart fields off his own bowling. Again, goes straight to work on that ball. Bit of sweat. Drags it across his trousers, as is the way. Any margin advantage you can find with that ball, because you're right, he'll be desperate to get his name in the wickets column, won't he? In he comes then. Fuller this time, and Kashif Ali just drops that into the offside. He's shown no interest in playing a stroke to this delivery. 1 ball left. We are 10 seconds away from 1 o'clock, so Stewart's done his job in that regard, so it does suggest we may well be heading off. Given how circumspect Kashif Ali has been in the past 10 minutes. In comes Stewart then. That's handsomely driven, but straight to Hakeem Jordan at mid-off. And we will be taking lunch. So at lunch, Worcestershire find themselves 55 for 2. It means they need a further 46 to complete back-to-back wins in the county championship. And, Sussex earlier were bowled out for 376. In the end it was Tom Taylor who bowled Jordan, and then Joe Leach who dismissed Garrett last. The 2 wickets to fall in the Worcestershire reply, and as they attempt to complete this what will be a very impressive victory. Well, Roderick, he was caught and bowled by Jordan. It seems you can't keep him out of the game. He made 9, and then Jake Libby was bowled by George Garrett. Didn't offer a shot, but he'd lost his off stump. So Worcestershire go into lunch at 55 for 2, requiring another 46 runs to win this one. And we'll take a break for the lunch interval and be back with you in about half an hour's time.
Squires, 1-0, and 4 returning to field. With Kent across the road. Almost away. Returning the Worcestershire, Rob Jones and Cashew Valley.
Well, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. The players are making their way back out after a short rain delay. And Kashif Ali and Rob Jones make their way out to the middle for Worcestershire. 46 more runs required to win. Kashif 21 not out, Rob Jones 10 not out. After an extended lunch break. A little bit of light drizzle. The cynics may say we could have carried on, but perhaps safety first. It means from a personal perspective, my name's Jim Dale, I'm from BBC Hereford and Worcester, so that's confirmation from my mother who's been listening and didn't think I was here, so that's good. No, I am here, Mum, it's all right. And I'm joined by Matt Cole as well from BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, I'm definitely here.
Matt is definitely here as well.
Spiritually, as far as we can work out anyway.
Yeah.
Existentially. Let's not go into that right now. Probably not time. Kent, 2 wickets in this Worcestershire second innings, but Worcestershire 46 more needed for victory. I should complete this fairly comfortably, but Kent have made them work at least for it. Garrett to bowl to Jones, clips that into the onside, and it's fielded by Ben Compton. Just the 2 slips in. Kent haven't been more attacking than that, coming out for this modest run chase. Having been bowled out this morning finally for 376 with Jordan and Garrett the men to go, and actually Jordan and Garrett the men to take the wickets as well. So some sort of symmetry in that for Kent, but Worcestershire going towards the victory that they very surely deserve, Jim, over this 3 and a bit days.
Yeah, the pairs have played some really good cricket, it must be said. And on a bit of a sticky wicket first couple of days, really gritted it out.
And that's Jones playing it into the offside, keeping the ball low. So no addition to the interval score. So yeah, we had 40 minutes unplanned off the field anyway. They were at lunch, and 10 overs lost in the day, so 86. That's the remaining. It's only 58 now.
Only 58
for Worcestershire to score these 46 runs, or Kent to take 8 wickets.
Yeah, mixed feelings about the delay in the commentary box.
Garrett to Jones, and clip down leg glance. Fielded by, is that Grant Stewart down at that long leg? No, he's receiving the ball now. That's Marcus O'Riordan maybe snuck on as sub-fielder, I think. But yeah, single take anyway, 56 for 2. Yeah, the rain wasn't terribly heavy, but I can understand it from a ground staff point of view. They're not going to get...
Well, there's 2 sides, they don't need any further injuries, do they?
No, absolutely, and erring on the side of caution, of course, to make sure that the playing surface was fair for both sides, and as you say, Garrett to Cashy Valley, particularly from a bowling point of view. Kent could do without any more slips in the field or whatever. But straight back at the bowler, no run. Which Garrett 1 for 12 from his 4.4 so far. But Worcestershire broke the back of the Kent resistance with that 447 in their first innings, and Joe Leach with 3 early wickets, 3 late wickets for Worcestershire, and Kent's 171. Twanda Mie's double century was a thing of beauty yesterday, but postponed the inevitable, you might say. Oh, that's a waft and a miss from Rob Jones. That was going to be a delightful, he's just reminding me that again, delightful cut, probably going straight for 4 before Joey Everson could move on the backward point boundary. If only he'd hit it. Through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yeah, flashing blade, that wasn't it? And it was interesting watching Joe Leach. That I don't know what the science was, but he was clearly not injured from the new road end.
No.
So the Diglis end he started, and it was.
And that's his customary end, I gather.
Yeah, and it didn't go well, did it? But a change of ends made all the difference. But, leader of the attack doing his job.
Garrett bowling to Jones. He's that into the onside, well fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there is no run into the over, just one off it, 56 for 2, so 45 to win. At that time, casting our minds back to what seems about a month ago, Kent was 73 for no wicket, and Tawanda Mieo was, as he did in the second innings, was looking very aggressive and fine to watch on 56. And
it was looking ominous for Worcestershire. I mean, you had Compton being Compton and being watchful and technically correct and looking hard to shift, and young Miei was just fluent, wasn't he? Positive, an array of shots. Rode his luck a couple of times.
Yes. I think you have to learn that approach to field. Yeah.
So we're going to see Alfie Ogborn, and we've seen him before actually, Worcestershire, in the one-day cup he played for Somerset, took a few wickets as well.
Yeah.
And he's noticed actually that he's got a decent bumper on him. He's a slip of a lad really for a fast bowler. There's a lot of filling out to be done, but in he comes, left arm round.
Looks like a great prospect, doesn't he? Certainly. Yeah. Sorry, it's gone down the leg side.
Yeah.
Good to see him playing. Obviously, he's come to Kent's aid for a couple of matches, I think at least, to start with on loan. And this wind is blowing hard now, isn't it? The clouds are clearing, which is great, but you can see the fielders, particularly on the cathedral side of the ground, just
Parkinson's hands in pockets, understandably, and it's a little bit straight this time. Just tickled down the leg side by Rob Jones. Be fielded in deep. A couple of runs taken, but a little bit too straight there from Ogborn.
You have to say they're sort of bracing themselves against the wind on the far side, aren't they? On the offside, as the right-hander looks as they walk in. But
yeah, it is chilly. No two ways about it. They did mention actually that Joe Leach had the benefit from the new road end of that little bit of wind across the ground, helping the ball move away. In comes Ogborn again, and it feels for that one, does Rob Jones, and he's lucky not to get a little tickle on that. But yes, he does look at a decent all-round cricketer, doesn't he, Alfie Ogborn?
Yeah.
And he'll be better for this sort of experience as well. And as you know, the downsides, of course, of having bowling attacks decimated by injury is that you do get little glimpses of young cricketers. I know that he's a Somerset player, as registered. In comes Ogborn again. Again, it's a little too straight, just tucked off his legs, just behind square. He'll take a single.
Yeah, another one off the production line at Somerset. Such a great record of bringing players through from their academies.
Yeah, the Roux brothers look proper, don't they? James Roux's a good player. So still two slips. Field pretty much unchanged, really, throughout this innings. In comes Ogborn again, round the wicket left arm, and it's just dropped into the leg side by Kashif. There's a casual saunter to recover the ball. It didn't cover any great distance. There's no run taken. It means Worcestershire 59 for 2. Kashif is still there. 21 not out. Furiously twiddles the bat in his hands, as is often the way. These little triggers and tweaks that you see cricketers making their adjustments before delivery. Ogborn at the top of his run, running away from us. New road end. In he comes. And it's just guided gently down towards third man. The man behind square on the offside in the deep is very, very square, so he'll not cut that off. So that's just a very modern cricket shot, isn't it? Cut it down past the two slips. 4 more to the total. It moves him on to 25. And it means at the end of the 18th over, in this moderate run chase, Worcestershire are just 38 runs away from back-to-back victories in the competition.
Yeah, and Kent looking like they're on the end of their 5th consecutive defeat. And the championship tells a pretty grim story for them. And some supporters, if they weren't thinking it before, will think a loss here may well probably signal the end of their resistance. A return to Division 2 as Garrett bowls to Jones. And, is checking that back up the pitch. Out to mid-off to Grant Stewart, picking up and shining the ball on his whites. A few doughty Kent supporters on this side of the ground watching the last doings of this game. It's pretty grim watching for them, but one rather staying this long, I'd say. Well, weaker spirits might have been on the motorway back to the County Kent by now. As, Jones back towards the bowler. Garrett reaches down as if to feel off his own bowling, but goes past him up to Grant Stewart again. Dot ball, 63 for 2. 38 to win now.
That is very admirable. It's uncomfortable watching, I suppose, in every regard, isn't it? With having to deal with a brisk breeze and I'd say it's not a perilous situation. It is a lost cause, this one.
Yeah.
Not for the want of trying yesterday, though.
No, as one supporter put it, we just needed Twandamiye to make 300. So that would have made it interesting. It's all his fault.
Well, if he's not going to try.
He off the back foot, pushed into the offside, and there'll be 2. He did say it with a wry smile. So 2 more to the total, 65 for 2. He's also pointing out earlier in the piece that Zach Crawley could have done Kent a favour by not stopping at 200 odd in one of the previous games. If he'd just made 300, Kent would have had a much better chance of winning. But yeah, it's been putting together. As one of our emailers yesterday pointed out for Kent, it's the other really significant thing is when one player's got a big score this season, others around them haven't joined in to make big enough totals to help Kent through. Just the 1 win this season at Lancashire. They bowled really well there. 6 wickets for Nathan Gilchrist, but otherwise it's been a pretty sorry season. T20 and One Day Cup alike. But never mind that, Worcestershire supporters will be thinking, we're on the road to victory. We're not far off now. Can think about maybe ascending out of the bottom 2 before long. Another dot ball from Garrett to Jones. That's a little survey around the pitch. Now he settles. Garrett turns at the top of his mark. Number 44 on his Kent shirt. Comes gliding in. Jones well forward, defends that. No liberties taken. 5th ball of the 6th over. So we're actually in innings terms coming towards the end of the 19th. So the stiff breeze going across the ground, but the clouds are high now, don't look rain bearing. So hopefully that 40 minutes was all that will trouble us. And smattering of supporters that remain, I'm sure most of them Worcestershire supporters are looking forward to cheering their team back into the dressing room. As Jim was saying, for back-to-back wins, although they were a long way apart in terms of time. It's a fend and a miss from Jones, and that has lifted as well. That's got bounce and carry through to the wicket keeper. As I was saying before, particularly from that end, we've seen it in the remainder of the game, less often as the game's gone on, but just feeling for it there. Rob Jones through to wicket keeper Finch. End of the over though, 65 for 2, 36 to win for the pairs.
Yep, admiration for those out in the Dollavera stand there. It's pretty open. Away to our left-hand side in the covered element of the New Road stand. Plenty of people taking reasonable shelter from the elements, trying to cheer their home side on. And Ogbourne's going to continue from New Road End. Little change in the field there. Gully's a little bit finer. That one's just a little too straight from Ogbourne. It's turned into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run. But if Worcestershire are going to make the great escape and stay up this season, well, things are going their way today. Durham, 531 for 7 they made. They've beaten Nottinghamshire by an innings and 17 runs, so that one's all over. 285 knots made in an attempt to save the game, but it wasn't enough. In comes Ogborn again. On his toes there, just pushed it into the offside. Kashif. So there's a rival that has been disposed of this afternoon. Lancashire, they're still trailing Surrey by 82 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Big first innings total from Surrey, but we're used to that. So Lancashire staring down the barrel of an innings defeat as well. They need another 82 runs with 3 wickets remaining to make Surrey bat again. And the other one, Warwickshire, who were the closest rivals to Worcestershire, 5 points in it. In comes Ogborn again. Left arm round the wicket. And Kashif just clips that away. Through mid-wicket. That's going to just about make it to the rope. It does. 2 fielders in pursuit, but he's timed it nicely enough. Slightly damp outfield because of that little shower we had not long ago. But he finds the boundary. And Kashif on to 29 now. 69 for 2 is the score. 32 more runs remaining for the victory. Well, Somerset trail Warwickshire by 341 runs. They're 28 without loss. So Warwickshire need to find 10 wickets in a session and 3 quarters, which feels like a tough ask. They batted a little bit longer than they needed to. But a draw there would help Worcestershire out no end. Ogborn's going to come over the wicket this time. Thuds into Kashif. He wore one there. Rather uncomfortable. It drops safely enough. So as it stands, things going rather well for Worcestershire. Plenty of cricket still to be played, of course. And we'll have to see how well they can patch this bowling line-up together. They make the trip down to Essex.
Looks like with a win here, they could get themselves 10-point cushion, but about Nottinghamshire and Lancashire.
Ogborn in and then cut away behind square. It's going to beat the man at gully. That's going to go for 4. Too much width offered to Kashif there, and he's cashed in. Well, as part of the festival of cricket here, and lots been going on at this game at New Road. But there are expectations of new signings for Worcestershire before the season is out. But they've made heavy use of the loan market, understandably, this summer. In comes Ogborn again then. Kashif waits. It's driven down the ground. It's a really good stop, actually, by the young quick. Fields off his own bowling. Nonchalantly tosses it to Matt Parkinson. Lovely shot for none. Good bit of fielding as well. So that's 20 overs bowled in this 4th innings. 73 for 2 is the score. 28 runs needed. Kashif is there, 33 not out. And Rob Jones, 16 not out. 2 wicket takers for Kent. George Garrett, who bowled Jake Libby. And a really sharp caught and bowled by Hakeem Jordan to get rid of Gareth Roderick. It will be Garrett to continue from the Diglis end.
Bowling to Jones, just rolls the wrists over that one, down to backward square. And I think that's Marcus O'Riordan who's come out to field as a sub. Back to wicketkeeper Finch, and relay from Jack Leaning. Yeah, quick chat to Alfie Ogborn. It's an interesting one. Looks like Ogborn has seen something maybe that of interest to the Kent vice captain. Goes back to his fielding position at cover. Again, just the 2 slips in still. Jones up on his toes, a jab off the back foot, trying to beat Ogborn. Goes straight at the Somerset fielder. That might have rebounded, hit him in the shin. He's rather limping away from that one, Alfie Ogborn.
It's a nasty one, isn't it?
Yeah.
A cricket ball on a shin bone.
Coming off the other cut strips there as well, you can get unpredictable bounce, can't you? So yeah, he's got a barrier in front of it, as you say, unfortunately for him.
It's a cricketing equivalent of treading on an upturned plug.
It is indeed. He's looking a little bit sad and sorry for himself, but 74 for 2, 27 to win now for Worcestershire. Garrett bowls to Jones, defensive shot into the onside. 33 Cashy Valley. Oh, sorry, it's Cashy. Sorry, beg your pardon. I'll get there eventually. Perhaps by the end of the match I might work out who's who. Cashy Valley on 33. Jones has 17. These two coming together after the departure of Jake Libby for 12.
Similar heights, hard to tell sometimes, isn't it? But Kashif has that really elaborate backlift where it periscopes up above his head almost.
Yeah, what's the trigger? Jack Leaning does exactly the same thing. They just wait, battle loft, brings it down now and closes the face down towards fine leg, single taken. What a total.
There were lots of players that followed Graham Gooch and sort of had it waist height.
Yeah,
and Johnny Bairstow did it as well. But
yeah.
the way that Kashif does it is really quite something. You just think, just bowl Yorkers at him. He'll never get the bat down. But of course he does. Hand speed's fantastic.
Obviously bring it down straight is the other thing, isn't it? It's, as long as you do that. As batters with all sorts of weird techniques. It's the Chanderpauls.
Yes,
I
was
say of this
thinking
world.
just
There's not many like him. But how on earth that bat came down straight? I've no idea. But it worked. Garrett to Cashy Valley. Well, that was a straight bat, but playing down the wrong line through to wicket-keeper Finch. There's no run. Joey Everson is going through some warm-ups. Might get himself an over or two before we're done here.
Yeah, Chanderpaul sort of took guard facing mid-wicket, didn't he? It was like it's such an elaborate trigger movement to get somewhere in line. But I suppose the eccentricities of cricket, they're so commonplace, aren't they? That if it works, it works.
Yeah, Rory Burns another case in point. And you don't see quite how he's going to get a straight bat to the ball, but after all the adjustments made pre-delivery, but the quirks rather. Keeps a little bit low. Jones defends it off his off and middle low into the onside. Daniel Beldrum, the Kent captain, fields end of the over. Garrett has 1 for 15. The most important statistic though, Worcestershire have 75 runs. They need 26 more for victory here at New Road against Kent.
Well, cricket is a fascinating game for all kinds of reasons. I'm sure plenty of people will disagree, but those who love the game is that it's a bit like the Olympics, of whether it's the Fosbury flop or the way that they do the walking, or there's kind of an accepted best practice, I suppose. And then with cricket, you can have bowlers bowling off the wrong leg, like a Jack Shantry or a Gavin Haynes, who used to here a few years ago. We're going to see Joey Everson for the first time in this innings. And you have like a leg spinner like Paul Adams from South Africa, who isn't even looking, and it's just like someone described it as a frog in a blender, didn't they? I think it was Bob Willis. In comes Joey Everson then. Kashif waits, solid forward defensive, and Everson will do the fielding off his own bowling. Just an array of different and unique batting and bowling styles, and it's one of the many reasons that makes this great game so good. Everson in again then from the New Road end and driven down the ground. Beautiful shot from Kashif. Timed it beautifully. Wide of Parkinson at mid-on. Lovely stroke. It's his third boundary since the restart. And Worcestershire edge ever closer. Kashif on to 37 now. Just 22 more runs required. Everson in, and then just whipped away wristily behind square. There's a man out in the deep, so it'll just be a single. But after a big old gap in 4-day cricket, that win against Durham, the last time that Worcestershire played a county championship game was back on the 2nd of July. As is the way that the ECB structure the various competitions this summer. Everson in again. Jones is watchful. Plays that right underneath his eyes. Drops into the offside for no run.
They did make a point of having, they say, county championship cricket, I think, in every month from April to July. Well, they were just snuck into July. But obviously August is a... Don't want to start this argument again, all this subject, but August is a no-go zone with 100 in the One Day Cup.
In comes Everson again, and keeps a little bit low that. Jones does want to get his back down on it, gets plenty of bat, squirts away to man just in front of square on the leg side. There's no run taken. Jones happy to occupy the crease here and play his way back into form. In comes Everson again then. Another solid forward defensive, and that will close out the 22nd over. 80 for 2 then, 21 more required. And a watchful Rob Jones is there on 17. His partner Kashi Valley, 38 not out.
Yeah, and the last doings of this match now, which Worcestershire have bossed for the most part. Themselves into a winning position, as we talked about before, from the first hour of the match. Seems like a fleeting moment. Alfie Ogborn's going to bowl from Douglas End, then double change for Kent with 21 to win now. Ogborn, we won't care too much about that. We'll think about just bowling well, picking up another wicket if he can, and Kashi Valley clips that beautifully, bisects the fielders on the onside, just behind square, flicking it along the ground. 4 runs, 84 for 2. Make that 17 to win.
It's timing it nicely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely little flick. Just see that the wind has been picking up. You can see the covers over in front of the the cathedral stand. There's Ben Compton, I think, out there.
Yeah.
And they were just bellowing up, and I thought they were going to swallow him whole.
They did a great job, the ground staff, getting those off, and it is a dangerous business, isn't it, when the wind is blowing that hard, trying to transport them around the ground. Similar shot from Kashi for a single, down to backward square this time. The Ogborn just able to stop the bat getting round the ball to repel it down to the leg side. Fielder once again, 85 for 2. Gentleman under the scoreboard. Can he see the figures around? I wish it might be too close, but 16 to win, sir. Up in the air and safe from Jones. A push forward and it just looped up for a second, but nobody in the catching position around the point area. It goes harmlessly back to Matt Parkinson. They take a single there.
Yeah, just reaching for it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lucky to get away with that, I think. But
understand Ogborn just probably adjusting his line a little bit. 2 previous shots having gone harmlessly through leg from Kashi Valley, going across the right hander this time. Take a single though, 86 for 2. Kashif on 43 now, and again tucks it into the onside. It gets his body, his pads inside that one to deflect it away, and the scoring shot of every ball so far. 7 off the over, 87 for 2, 14 to make. Jones on 18. As I was saying before, did such a great job in partnership with Gareth Roderick in the first innings. Stubbornly resisting difficult batting conditions on the front foot. Joey Everson picks it up at cover. No run there. Thought he may eventually, just one short of his 50. A really important partnership at that stage of the game with Gareth Roderick. Hose, important runs for him. In fact, throughout that 447, a number of vital contributions. Brett Oliveira, the one that really catches the eye from the stats point of view and in terms of fluency of batting. Just 3 short of a century. Is Ogborn, left arm over the wicket to Jones. Defensive, inside. Daniel Beldron picks up. Kent captain. It's been a really difficult first year as club skipper for Daniel Bell-Drummond. Mr. No ball, I beg your pardon, there was a no ball within that. 89 for 2 then. All good for Worcestershire, 12 more. 1 ball to come of this over. For Ogborn. to Jones. Jones reaching outside the off stump, but this one's steered forward a square. Parkinson's trying to get there, and he gives up in the end. He's fast across the ground, but I think he realised the chase was almost up. Dare I say it, may have thought about the heroics of throwing himself headlong and risking life and limb to stop that going for 4, but maybe keep your powder dry, Matt Parkinson, for the next game. 93 for 2, 8 to win now for the Pez.
Yeah, that was a business decision, wasn't it? That's what that was. I think it was well within his powers to keep that in the boundary rope, but at this point, a misstep, a slip, and a hamstring, no one needs. So as you say, Matt, 8 more to win. Kashif has 6 shy of a 50. It would not be out of character for him to try and launch this and get to that landmark. In comes Everson. And it's back of a length and very watchful from Kashif. Got a bit of housekeeping to do, actually, thinking about it. Got a little note from Frank. Frank's done all the heavy lifting in this game.
Yes.
And I've just come in for the last bit. So, but back at Trent Bridge, I left my lucky dart flights behind. I'm an athlete, you see, Matt. I'm a dart player.
Yeah.
And he picked them up. In comes Everson to Kashif, another solid forward defensive. Straight back to the bowler. So gratefully returned. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate you, sir.
So in what way are they lucky? I mean, are you winning game after game with them? Is that the...
Oh, those days are long gone. Those days are long gone. They're lucky in terms of a cricketing perspective. When they're about my person, good things happen to Worcestershire. This is a scientific fact. In comes Everson. Again, carbon copy, solid forward defensive, straight back to the bowler. It is an incredibly superstitious sport, though, isn't it? You have to sit in the same spot if there's a good partnership going.
Yeah,
got to put the kit on in a certain order.
So they're lucky in cricket terms, not in...
Yeah, not in dart terms. I'm now what can only be described as a horrible dart player.
It's a
I've played
lateral movement.
League darts at many watering hole in Worcester over the years. In comes Everson again, and goes for the big heave, does Kashif Ali. He doesn't get any of it at all, though, and it's a good tumbling stop in the end, behind the wicket, from Harry Finch. So yeah, a thriving dart scene in Worcester. Everson in once more to Kashif, and he just tucks out his leg side, thinks about taking on the run. There's never a single there, though. So Rob Jones sends him back quick smart. So the total remains 93 for 2. Runs required remains 8. 1 ball left then of this Everson over. Kashif's keen to farm the strike here because I think he'll fancy a 50. In comes Everson down the wicket, and he has, well, it's not quite where he intended to go, but he's lofted it over mid-wicket. Is it going to find a way to the fence? It is. Little dance down the wicket, and lifted it slightly squarer than he anticipated, but he got enough of it. So 4 more to the total. It's that almost helicopter shot. The bat rotates around completely in his hands. 97 is the score. 4 more left to win. And that completes the 24th over. So we're going to see Alfie Ogborn for what could well be the last over of the day. And these two have come out and been very positive, actually. Been selective. But Kashif Ali particularly, lots of controlled aggression from him. But that's his signature after all. In comes Alfie Ogborn then. Jones on strike. And just takes a quick single. Plenty of room on the offside as the field spreads.
That's very generous. I think the fans are aware of what that means.
Yeah, it was warmly greeted, that single, which means Kashif Ali is on strike. 48 to his name, 3 to win. 2 slips still in place. Men out in the deep on the leg side, just in front and behind square. In comes Ogborn then. Left arm over. Driven hard, but straight at the man at cover.
Cashy Valley just looked to the heavens after that. He hit that well, didn't
Yeah.
he? But picked out Ogborn.
I think a couple of feet either side. I'm not sure we're going to see a hero dive, are we, at this point?
Probably not.
Ogborn then at the top of his mark. In he comes. Young left arm fast bowler. Kashif, it's an inelegant way to end proceedings, but end it he does. It's a thick outside edge that flies away over second slip. It's gone all the way to the boundary. It brings up Kashif's 50, and it also brings up back-to-back county championship victories for this Worcestershire side. With all the injuries and pressures and stresses that come with this game, this team refuses to lie down. They refuse to roll over, and they refuse to be beaten. It's a really gutsy and characterful display. And a flowing 50 from Kashif Ali made light work of what was a very modest total to chase.
Just as Kent could ill afford to lose this one. Same for Worcestershire as well. A victory absolutely vital. You think any chance they're going to have of staying up in this competition, or certainly aiding their progress up out of the bottom two, I think. If my maths is correct, I wouldn't rely on that. But
they will be now. They'll have overtaken Warwickshire for a start, and results are going their way. So Lancashire in trouble. Nottinghamshire already beaten. Warwickshire yet to make a breakthrough against Somerset, and they need 10 wickets to win that one. But the most important thing here is that Worcestershire have won after what was a worrying hour and a half on day one. It's actually been a comprehensive victory. Kent skittled out for 171 on first innings. Worcestershire took a sizable lead, making 447. And plenty has been said about a remarkable double century from Tuandamayeye. But even that valiant effort was not enough to really make this a contest. In the end, the last two wickets to fall as Kent were bowled out for 376 this morning. Jordan was bowled by Tom Taylor. He made 7, and then Joe Leach took care. And George Garrett, he made 6. He was caught at the wicket by Gareth Roderick. As the players make their way off the field, they share handshakes with the opposition. It's been a keenly thought contest. There's plenty of respect between these two sides as well. But that second innings from Kent of 376 meant Worcestershire just needed 101 to win. A few jitters when Jordan had Roderick caught and bowled for 9, and then Libby went soon after, clean bowled by Garrett, not offering a stroke. But Kashif Ali doing what Kashif Ali does. 52 for him. Flurry of boundaries to finish things off, and ably assisted by Rob Jones with a solid 23 not out. Really good 49 in the first innings from him as well. So he's back in the runs, which is promising as Worcestershire look to head to Essex next week. And hopefully there might be a couple of new faces along the way for that trip. But we shall wait and see. But this game concludes, and it's a win for Worcestershire. And we hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Thanks to Frank for doing the heavy lifting on the first 3 days. Thanks as always to Matt Cole, who made the journey from Kent. Thoroughly good company and good to see you. I'm Jim Dale for BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we'll wish you a good afternoon.